All right, this is going to be a fun one for Halloween. Shout out to Chris Ryniak. Big fan of his artwork, and this is a really cool one, and it seems like, and it's almost Halloween, so let's see what we can do. All right, so I'm just going to go and change this to matcap like I always do. So the most difficult things is going to be probably the head, adding the ears, and this area with the mouth because it's kind of curving on top of each other. So what I like to do is not have them attached. I'm going to make an opening and then make these round parts. And then I'm going to use the mask to push them together. So I'll have to figure out what I want to voxel remesh, because once you do that, I won't be able to voxel remesh. Way too much information. Okay. All right, so I'm going to make this a little bit smaller and move it up. And I'm just going to make Lemonade. So first I'm just going to make a floor. So we'll just add a box. I'm just going to turn smooth shading off. And let's turn on the grid. I'm using orthographic. And let's find the middle. Here we go. So this red line, so that would be the floor. Okay, so it will be the head. And we can't really see the body or anything like that, so we can just have some fun and make that stuff up. So add a sphere for the body. It kind of looks like a peanut type shaped body. So let's do a little peanut type shape. Let's do symmetry, vertex, vertex. And let's switch this to the Y. And we should be able to spread this apart. Let's put this on a local. Yep, then we can spread that apart just a little bit. Now I'm going to take this off symmetry and put this back to auto. And with the move tool, I think we can't really see the bottom of the body. Oh, let me change the symmetry back to X. So I want to make the body a little more round. So with the move tool, we're just going to do something like this, maybe. We'll turn it to its side. And with any body, I always give it like that nice S curve with a little pot belly. You can see the shape is a little funny, so I'm going to voxel remesh it. And just smooth it. That happens when you do that little thing, how I stretched it. That happens. So you just remesh it, and then it usually is fine. There you go. So that's pretty cute. I feel like that makes sense. Head, I'm going to move a little higher up. Maybe even make it a little bit bigger. Okay, that seems good. I want to move everything up a little bit. Now we can't see where's the gizmo? Why is the gizmo all the way over there? That's so weird. Pivot, auto, pivot. Pivot, auto, pivot. Pivot, auto, pivot. I don't know why that was so strange. Okay, so this is the head, so let's rename it. And then this is the body. And of course, remember, if you're doing this as a tutorial, if you're just following along, then you can switch it up. You don't have to do everything exactly the way that I'm doing it. But you'll get my thought process. I'm going to move it up a little bit. I think he's going to be sitting on a stool. So that is something that we'll have to make as well. And I guess we can do a simplified version. Let's add a cylinder, because that's going to be kind of important, because obviously we have to make everything else kind of above his lap. So it's probably around that big. And we want to soften this up. So post subdivision to 2, and then I'll bring division X down until it's a little more round and cute. I'm going to bring post division up twice, because we're probably going to do some wood details and stuff in this. So all the wood is going to be fairly high res, because we're going to add details and things. Later on, we might do, you can always bake high res stuff onto a lower res model. It's a little involved, but I might show you how to do that a little bit later. I have some other videos if you want to know how to do that. But that way we can have like a really high res something, and then we can transfer it to a lower res, and we'll save a lot of these high resolution numbers will go way down. But for now, it doesn't really make a difference. Okay, so the stool, we could always just do a simple stool. Let's do another cylinder. I'm just trying to think of like what a stool looks like, you know? So I think we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll put a hole in it. Let's make it. And let's do the same thing. Post subdivision to 2, and then we'll bring this down. Oh, you know what? I could just use the torus. What am I doing? Sometimes where's torus? There it is. We'll bring that down, and then we can use the torus tools to make it thinner. Maybe something like that. And then we can add, let's do a tube. Do I want to do a tube? Yeah, let's do a tube. Path. Okay. So maybe we'll do, I kind of wanted this to be simple, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll do profile. And maybe I'll just stretch it. Let's do our post subdivision to 2. Bring this down. We'll round this out so it's nice and round. Excuse me. And we can go back to the tube settings, and then we can sort of adjust it as needed. And then for this tube, I'm just going to name this stool leg. We can add a radial. That did perfectly. So it was, yeah, that was perfect. So if you're wanting to know, that's the 4 on the Y radial, but most likely it happened for you as perfect as it happened for me. So this torus is like, let's make it smaller and make it a little thicker. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. The only other thing that I was thinking was maybe we want these a little more tilted in. Does that look better, or does this look better? That actually looks fine. Let me stop farting around with this. So I think those look good. So I'm going to, do I want to put detail in on them? Or just leave them as is? I could always do one more post subdivision and then validate. I'm going to name this radial, stool, legs. And then I'm going to validate this and join children. And this will be stool ring. I'll just name it ring for now. And it's 16.8, so I'm going to lower that. That's way too high. So we're just going to bring the division X down. That's fine. So we'll validate that. Cylinder is the stool seat. And we can validate that. So now all of these that are connected to the stool, I'm just going to nestle them. That way they don't get lost. This is the floor. All right, let's do a quick save. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to work a little bit quickly so I can do more stuff. So I can make more videos. But that's fun. So we'll take the stool and we'll bring it. Oops. We'll move it down. And since I don't want to keep moving it down or like lining it up with the floor, I'm going to move the pivot down to that plane right there. So now we can shrink it and things like that, and we don't have to keep moving it. But I think that looks pretty good for the stool. Maybe something like that will work. Okay, good. We're doing well. We're rocking and rolling. So let's think about... the head is going to be the hardest part, so maybe we should do that. I'm going to get rid of this floor for now. Just hide it. For the ears, do I want to use cones or do I want to use... Let's add cylinder. We'll move it up to the ear and shrink. Okay, so it's going to be... We'll leave it here for now. We can always move it once we shape it. So this is about the right length. I'm going to do snap 90 and rotate it. So this would be the opening kind of thing, I think. All right, let me flatten it. I can't remember how I used to do that. Let me make it a little bit bigger. It was something like this. And I think it was... I'm just going to add post subdivision. We'll bring this down a little bit. We'll move this up again. I think that's good. Let me show you where I'm at. So post subdivision 3, division x24. And those numbers aren't really, I mean, they're not exact. It's good if it has some resolution, but I just like it to have the soft edges. So let's take move, and we need to make it open like that. So let's just push on one side. Let's move it over since we lost it. Okay, now we can pull. Okay, we can pull, so now we have something kind of nice, kind of what we're looking for. Okay, if it's like this, then the only difference, let's use move, and this would be a little more round here. But everything else looks pretty good. I might even be able to just stretch it now. Oh no, because I like the bottom of this. So this would be, let's use drag. So there would be a hole there, so I'm going to pull that in. We'll go back to move since it's a little bit more smooth. So this would be this little piece right here. That makes sense. I like that. So I'm going to, I don't know why I keep being sing-songy like that. I can't help it. I want to flatten this. So I'm going to, let me turn this ugly grid off. I'm going to flatten this ear. Ooh, I love it. Okay, so we flatten that. And I feel like there's... Let's use inflate. I feel like there's maybe another crease here. Let's take it off sub. Yours probably isn't on sub. So we'll do something like that, which will then get smoothed a little bit. Okay, so I think that actually looks pretty good, so we can put it in the correct spot. Let's do pivot, auto pivot, just to get the pivot in the middle of the ear. So if this is the head, it's going to be towards the back, rotated. Let's move it in towards the head and rotate it down. So now it's just a matter of positioning it where we want it and resizing it. Okay, that's good. So if it's turned like this, it would be kind of hanging off, which is correct. Let's see. I'm going to squish it this way a bit. And I'm going to pull this up, I think. I'm going to pull this end up. Okay. These can be a little closer together too. Maybe we'll take drag and maybe drag this part down a little bit more. Stretch this part of the ear. Okay, it looks pretty good. So if we're looking at it from this direction, it looks pretty good. There's also, so this is the ear. We're also going to have to reposition it when we actually do the head, because who knows how we're going to do the head. All right, so pivot, auto, pivot. Let's bake it. So now we do pivot auto. It should be clean up and down. Perfect. So now let's just move it. Take it off of pivot. Let's move it over. And that way we just have it and it's kind of out of the way. All right. We're going to need another cylinder for the hat. Let's add another cylinder. We'll move this up, shrink it a little bit, flatten it. Okay, we'll do this just to make the edges a little more round. I'm going to do linear on this. I'm going to do one linear. Okay, I think that looks good. So I'm doing 2, 1, and then 48. Okay, I think that size is probably pretty good. It's smaller than the size of the head, but I might make this head a little bit bigger though. The bottom part of the jaw, I think, needs to be bigger, so that might be fine. Okay. So let's take, what is this? This is the head. This is going to be the hat brim. Let's do a quick save. So now for the head, I'm going to clone it. Head, jaw, or head lower. I think it's going to be more like, oops, maybe rotate it a little bit. I think it's going to be something like this. And the mouth is kind of like in the middle. Yeah, the mouth would be about there. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. So then I'm going to take both of these parts of the head and the ear and just move them, and the hat, I guess, and move them forward. Maybe up a little higher. Maybe bring the head up. It will bring the head up a little bit. And maybe a little bit more forward. Okay, so the body looks good. I'm just going to make it a little thinner at the top. But otherwise, I think that looks pretty good. Okay. So now I need to think about how I want to do this mouth. Okay. So, and I'm actually going to use move. I want to follow the curve of the head, and the head is a little more round this way, so I'm going to make sure I do that now. I think that should be all right. Okay. I'm thinking about using spheres, but I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. Really, really, really not certain. We could always use inflate, and I could inflate the different parts. Like, let's start with the smiling cheek. So let's start that here. Okay, so that could be the smiling cheek. This head, oh, the head lower is quite big too, so let's just put some creases in it and just see what they look like. Make sure it's not on invert. And I actually don't want symmetry either. Okay, so something like that I think is decent. So now I'm going to try clay. I'm going to try clay on the top part. I think we need to drag these cheeks up a bit higher here. And it might be easier to just use some spheres rather than to build it out with like inflate or clay. Maybe we can just use spheres and kind of create what we need. Clone. Okay, so there's one under here. I'm just going to validate and use move to kind of shape it to be exactly how I want it to be. This one I'm going to validate and clone. We'll move that out. Let's clone this. might have to move all of this out further, but that's okay. That won't be difficult to do. Clone it again. There's some other ones here, maybe a smaller. And then we'll clone it again. And this one we'll use move, and we'll sort of move it, sort of attach it to that smile sphere or shape. So something like that. Okay, so now we have to deal with the shape of this head, which actually doesn't look too bad, but I want to take these spheres, I think, and move them straight out, and then take the head, and maybe we'll use move with symmetry so we know it's left and right, and just pull this out some. We'll make it a little smaller and just pull this part, this bottom part out. Make it really small, only because these parts have to be, they're going to have to like smooth together with these bits. It's not going to look like a face and then like the things coming out. It's supposed to look like this all as one piece. So I'm just pulling out some of this shape. I can take symmetry off actually, so that so everything is really smooth together. So something like that. Okay. Oh, okay, so I feel like I should voxel remesh that together. I feel like I should voxel remesh. How do I want to do this? All right, I think I need to, I'm going to take layer, and I'm going to make a layer underneath all this. Let's do sub, and let's do, oops. Oh, that's actually fine. If I do solo, you can't see it, but that goes in there, which is good for now. Okay, so if I'm looking at this, what if I do X-ray? I'm going to take move. I'm going to try to flatten the inside of this. I'm just going to bring all that down in the back. Since we don't really need that, all we need, oops. All we really need is the front. Okay. All right. Really brainstorming here, but I think I want to, what's the best way to do it? With the gizmo, I think I'm going to open this up like this. So what I want to do is somehow use the mask tool to move this up underneath. But the tricky part is, there's lots of tricky parts. The tricky part is I want to voxel remesh these two parts together. So that's the tricky part. So I want to get rid of, let's see, let's go back to layer and get rid of this under here. I probably should have used mask. That might have been a little bit cleaner. Okay, I'm going to voxel remesh this right now. Let's do 150 or so. I'm going to smooth out the inside. I'm going to solo it, and then I'm going to take mask with symmetry. I want to take all of this since this is going to be the bottom part of the mouth, or like inside the mouth, I'm going to invert it and then move it back. I'm going to rotate this just so I can move it straight back. Maybe down. Okay, so something like that. So I'll take it off solo. So now we have some proper space in there. Okay. I'm going to go back to the mask and clear it. This looks bananas. Let me take the ear and do this right now. Add a mirror. So now there's 2 ears. Okay. So now I'm trying to figure out if I want to... It's not worth it to do all this work if I'm going to put the arms and legs. If I'm going to also Vox Remix them on the body and the body on the head. So I might not do that. Oh, I'm not sure. It'd be easier to just to do the head, but it's kind of nice if it's all just one piece. So I'm kind of torn. I'm going to move the top part of the body back a bit, so it's almost like just like a little belly. Make it a little smaller. I want this to be nice and round here. Okay, that's good. Let's do a quick save. All right, what do I want to do? Let's add the eyes in. So we'll add some spheres. It's pretty simple stuff. We'll mirror it with the gizmo. Okay, we'll shrink, separate. They're kind of touching, but they're not touching. They're kind of like this. His eyes are a little more squarish. I'm going to go ahead and validate them. We didn't validate the mirror. We just validated the sphere. Let's make this eyes. Okay, now we'll go to the sphere, which is the actual eyeballs. And we'll move this into the face. And it looks like we need to bring these out more. So let's go to these spheres here. And let's move them out a bit more. Maybe even stretch them. Okay. And you know what? I think I want to... Oh, the head is a little more squarish up here. So let's do that. We'll make the head a little more squarish. Everything else looks pretty good. The eyes, I'm going to flatten them. So they're kind of like that, but you see how they're, oh, actually, you know what? I think I want to bring the head forward so the eyes aren't set back that far. Because then the eyes are going to be looking like they're looking up. So I kind of want to bring the head to the eyes. There's a little bit of space on top, but it's pretty flat, so I think that should be good. Okay, I'm just kind of checking out the sizes here. All right, so the eyes look pretty good. The only thing I want to do is make them a little bit more squarish. And I'm going to bring them out a little bit more here. Notice how this is a little bit more straight down in the middle. Let's take symmetry off since they're mirrored. Let me smooth out the bottom of these. And maybe we'll rotate them a tad bit. That looks pretty good, actually. Okay, that's pretty good. And they're right above these little things, which are going to be all together. So I think what I want to do is take these spheres and the head, the upper head. Let's do a quick save. I think I want to voxel remesh them together. Just go for it. So we'll do 200. We'll voxel remesh them together, and then we'll just smooth them out on top. Not too bad. Not terrible. I think I like them. I just might have to add some creases and things. I just want to see if... Oh, let me think for a second. If I can get a little bit more... I'm going to join these, and then I'm going to subdivide, and then voxel remesh them together. Let's do 300 something. I'm going to voxel remesh it again. So I'm not too worried about voxel remeshing high. All I'm thinking about now is preserving some of this detail. So I think we preserved a little more detail in these little mouth thingies. So I'll take that. I'll take it. Okay, these eyes, I think I want to rotate them a little this way. Okay. I think that's good. All right, so this has got to be over the eye, so let's just use move perhaps. We can try with symmetry first. Just want to try to pull this out a bit. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay. All right, what's next? Now the ears, we probably should have just voxel remeshed the ears too, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and subdivide them too. And then I'm going to bring them a little closer. That's actually pretty good. So if we're going to look at the same or similar angle, so this is like a similar angle. But of course, if we had perspective on, it might look a little different. Okay, so the only thing I'm seeing, I'm going to put it back on orthographic. The only thing that I'm seeing is the head looks a bit narrow. What are these, ears? Ears. The head looks a bit narrow, so head, lower. I'm not sure we need to do the eyes. For now, I think just the head. I just want to make the head a little fatter. So maybe the eyes can be a little bit bigger. Okay, I think that's good. All right, so you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to drag this down a bit, I think. Okay. So I think I like the position of the ears. I'm going to check one last time for the correct angle. So they're sticking out a little bit too much. So I just want to move them in to the head a little bit more. I think that's pretty cute. Okay, so size. They're smaller than the eyes. These are probably as big as the eyes. So I want to make them smaller. And the opening is lower than the mouth. That looks right. I think I want to squeeze it together a little bit. That looks right. And now I just want to, I think I want the bottom part to kind of come forward a bit more. Like so. Okay. I'm going to open them a little bit just because I think it's important that it looks good in the front. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good in the front. So I'm gonna use that. I think it looked good. Now this is a little thin here. So I wonder if I can probably use clay and maybe add a little bit to this. You know what? There's a better option. I can go on the head and add clay. Since these are going to be remeshed together, I have a little room to work with. So I can add some clay here, smooth it a bit, and make it look like this part of the ear is a little bit more thick. I'm going to use drag and kind of combine the two. If that makes sense. So now when they come together, it'll look like this part is a little bit bigger, thicker. Okay, so that looks good. We're probably also going to want this part to be a little bit thicker. Let's see if I can add some clay here, or even layer without sub. Even layer might be able to add a little. Oh, that's a little bit too much. Let's try clay. Okay, that's good. I think that's nice. Can add some little hairs or something coming out there. Okay, so I like that. Everything on the head looks pretty good. Okay, so what do I want to do next? I'm going to do a little maintenance on these things. I want the bottom of the eyes to be a little flatter. But I think that could work. I don't know why, I feel like these aren't symmetrical anymore. But it could just be the difference in these things. That's okay. We'll leave it for now. And the drawing doesn't have inflate around the eyes, but I always do that for my characters. Let's put on symmetry. We'll do a little flatten. Okay, I like it. I'm going to add some new eyes. These eyes got so weird. Let me just do that now. It's a little bit better. The bottoms are still, let me just validate this. I have to get the bottoms more flat. I think I can do, I'm just going to solo this one and just work on the one. I want to do X and Z, local. I'll do show line. And then maybe I can just flatten this. So that way I can flatten it, but it's still like pretty clean. Okay. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. So the only difference is at least now I know that these are perfectly symmetrical, so I can adjust all these things to make it, I can just adjust it however I want, essentially. But I know that they're symmetrical now, so I think I like these eyes better. So I'm going to delete the other ones. I might even take the head and just maybe spread this out a little bit. And again, it's not symmetrical, so that's another big thing. Let me turn symmetry off and okay. I don't think the head isn't symmetrical either. So that's another reason why they look a little different. But that's fine. Okay, let's not get too crazy with the eyes right now. I think they look pretty good. I didn't voxel very much the ears. There's also the body. For the body, I'm gonna subdivide. Oh, wait a minute, I don't have to. It's 65.4. I just want to add inflate and give it a little neck roll, which I always like to do. I'll give it another one here. Oh, maybe I'll just keep them separate. I'm so torn. I'm so very torn. Okay, I have an idea. So we're going to have to move the jaw. Oh, we're going to have to move the jaw up. So I'm thinking I might move the body a little bit away from the jaw and then move it back later. So again, so it's resting on the jaw, but I'm going to have to move the jaw as well. This is a doozy. And I have to figure out what the arms look like. But that'll be fun. Okay, let's make a table. So I'm going to use a box. Let's do a quick save, of course. Use the gizmo. Make it smaller. Okay, so this is going to be the tabletop, which is a little bit under his chin. So about here, you can see a little bit of the body. So maybe about here. The length, it doesn't look too much bigger than the head. So, oh, but this thing is on it though. That is on it. But that's okay. That's a little bit in front of his face. So let's make it a little longer so that this thing can be right here, maybe even a little longer. Because it goes off. Yeah, we can make the ones underneath a little bit smaller. And, oh, you know what we can do? We can push it off to one side. We'll do that later. So, of course, we're going to do 2 and then bring this down. Do I need to do a linear? Yeah, we'll do a linear. We'll bring post subdivision up to 3. Maybe even, no, 3 is good. I don't want to get too crazy. We'll bring this up to 20. Or 19. Okay, 19. I'll take it. So we'll bring that up to 19. Okay, and now, I don't know if the other little ones have to be as detailed as the big one. But you know what? Whatever. Let's just clone this. This will be the tabletop. And this will be the table wood. Let's see, one, two, three. There's 3 planks. I think this might be just too big for 3 planks. That's okay. I can use, I can change it. So, okay, so let's do, oh, it changed it, didn't it? It did. Whoa, that's cool. That's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that would happen. Okay, so for the table, of course, this is going to be offset from the front. So maybe around here is good. Of course, it's going to be shorter. Okay, that seems pretty good. So we'll go ahead and clone. We'll bring this down. And clone, and we'll bring this down. Okay, so now we just have to make it so, obviously, where's our floor? Let's do a quick save. Okay, so let's make this thinner on top. And these smaller. Stretch this out so we have a point of reference. Okay, so that's to the ground. Perfect. And now we can take, I'm trying to think if I should put details and stuff in it now. Looks like the nails are only in the front. So you know what? We'll take these 3. I don't think I want to join them. So I'll just nestle them for now and clone. I'm going to do snap 90. And then put them around here. We'll make them smaller. I guess I should have done that first. But again, you can line up the end, and then you can change the pivot to the back. Oh no, to the front. Change the pivot there, and then we can make these smaller. Of course, they come in, so maybe around there. Seems good. Okay. And let's add a mirror. Table sides. Okay, let's do a quick save. Okay, so now we have the sides of the table. Looks good. And let's use one of these. So let's take this. We'll clone it. Okay, table sign. We'll move this out. We'll make it shorter, maybe a little wider. Okay, so this will be where our word is. So we'll put it right around there. Looks good, maybe a little wider. Looks good. Okay, nice. So now we have these other little like random pieces. which I guess are, I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. I guess we just use boxes, thin boxes. Planes would be, oops. I think planes would be, whoops. Oh no, this is what I'm moving. Getting confused myself. I prefer to just use like really thin boxes for things like that, because planes usually they don't. I wind up having issues with them when I bring them over to another app or something. Let's give this some resolution. Maybe one linear. And we'll just generally make it to the size we want. And we'll put that around here. Move it up a little bit. Okay, so that'll be there. We can clone it, move it over. Let's name the first one so we don't get lost. This is D sticker. This is 5 sticker. What am I doing? 5 sticker. So move this over to, I think we can get rid of the floor for now again, so we can see the reference. Okay, so this is a little bit smaller. And this will be kind of around here. All right. Okay. All right, so we have these 2 cylinders for cups. I'm trying to think if I should use the lathe or if I should just use or a cylinder. I guess the lathe. All right, let's go to lathe. I haven't used that in a long time. Maybe I don't want it to auto validate. Okay. So now let's post subdivision. Can we add a linear? No, we can't. Oh good, I can still fart around with it. If I want to make the top a little bit more flat. These cups they're a little round on the top, right? If I bring this down, let me take off the linear. I don't mind that, actually. I guess I don't mind that either. That's cute too. Make them a little longer. They look a little longer. Even though I could just stretch them, to be honest, with the gizmo. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and validate it. And let's change the pivot till it's right on the bottom. And we'll bring 1 to the surface of the table. Okay, so that'll be around here. Maybe a little bit smaller. And then I'm going to bring the floor back and just bring one to the floor. So we'll clone it. We'll bring it to the floor. I guess I can have it knocked over already. Yeah, why not? Okay, make sure it's flat against the ground. And then just use the gizmo. I'm going to put a line on so I can just slide it to the right or to the left. It's almost right under the D. Right around there. I think that makes sense. We'll move it over a little bit more. Okay, good. We'll do a quick save. All right, so I think I should figure out him a little bit more now. So I want to take hat brim. These are the cups. Cup A. This is cup B. I'm going to move these down below. What is this? Oh, that's the body. Body, ears, hat, brim, head lower, and head. Oh, maybe not the body. Not the body. Why is the symmetry so far over there? I'm so confused. So confusing. Ear, body. Okay, so that's better. That's better. So I'm going to make it bigger. Ooh, the eyes. The eyes, the eyes, the eyes. Where are the eyes? Are the eyes all the way down here? What are you guys up to? All right, I'm getting so confused. I'm so confused. I'm going to bake everything. All right, let's see if it still does that. Okay. So now let's make this bigger. Move it up a little bit. Okay. Nice. The body, we can just stretch it a bit. Move it up a bit. Okay. We can always move all this stuff back, so I'm not too worried about that. So now let's do the hands. Let's do the hands, the hands, the hands. So I'm going to hide all the table. I guess we're going to need the table, aren't we? Okay, so we'll just keep the tabletop. I think I'm going to use 3 little cute fingers. So this shouldn't be too bad. I'm going to use path. And I'm assuming the arms come from low. So what are we doing? So let's do this. Okay. Try to keep these simple. Let's add another one here. Bring this into the body. I don't have snap. I turned that off. But I think it's on by default, so watch that. You won't be able to put it into the body. Okay, so I'm thinking something like this. I'll do radius twice to make this forearm nice and thick. Okay, we have it curved in a little bit. I think I like that. I could always make it lower, but that actually looks good. It feels natural. I think it feels natural. Could always bring it a little lower, but I think it feels pretty natural. So I'm gonna go back to the squiggly, back here. And of course I can't just round out that edge. That would be so useful if I could do that. I mean, I can, but the problem is sometimes it changes the shapes of everything else, which I find so annoying. So that I think is the best, but it changes the shape of everything else so much that sometimes I don't like it. See, it's harder to get these like nice curves and stuff. It just like makes it so annoying. I hate it. Okay, but that's pretty good actually. That's not bad. That's not bad. So this is 442, so it needs more resolution. So let's up this twice, maybe even 3 times. Yeah, I think that's better to give it more resolution. And I'm going to clone it. So this one is going to be arm A. And this one will be arm B. So now I'm going to pretend, I'm going to hide one. I'm going to pretend that arm B is on the other side. Should I put both hands up on the... Or should I have him holding something? Like, I don't really know what the other arm is supposed to be doing, to be honest. It could just be down. Maybe it's just like down and like the fingers are like on the table a little bit. I think I don't mind that at all. Let's bring it out a little bit. Yeah, I don't think I mind that. So I'm going to validate it. And then with symmetry, I'm just going to do flip object. And then we'll bring back arm A. And I'll validate it. So now we have both arms. And you can adjust. I'm going to adjust it with move if you want, if you need to. Okay, so this hand is going to be like kind of curling over the table, so I'll do that. Maybe smooth it out. Let's do X-ray. Smooth it out a bit. Maybe use move to kind of get it a little more in line with the table, so it doesn't look like it's going through the table. It can be going through slightly though, because that will just make it look like it's making contact with it. I think that's good. Turn X-ray off. And now let's do these little fingers. I could use spheres and voxel remesh them. I'll try inflate, but I'll probably wind up using spheres. So with inflate, you just want to like, keep going over the same spot. So you make the initial one, and then you make it again, and then maybe like you do it again in like round motions. And then to go up a little bit, so I'll make one here, I'll do it again, and then I'll go a little bit on top and do it again. And we'll see what that looks like. And you can always use move to sort of, you know, adjust them a little bit as needed. And if these are on the table, then they'd be a little bit more flat at the bottom. And even this one would come like this, and this part would be a little bit more round. But it's 3D, so you just gotta make sure that it looks good from other angles. I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm gonna voxel remesh it at 200. Just to give them a little bit more resolution. I can smooth this. That actually worked really well. I thought I was gonna have to use spheres for sure. And then maybe after I voxel remesh this to the body, I will move the fingers in to each other. Oh, do I want to do thumbs? I feel like I should do a thumb, right? Inflate, I feel like I should do a thumb. Let's do X-ray. Adding more work from myself, but it just feels like it makes more sense to have a thumb, right? Nice little round, fat thumb. So I'm going to voxel remesh it again at 200 and smooth the thumb. And smooth a little bit under there as well. Turn X-ray off. I think it looks great. Okay, so now for the feet, let's hide the tabletop. And do a quick save. To begin. Path. So I think it's like leg there. Maybe we'll add another one here. These don't need to be. Okay, I'll add something like that. I like to add one here. So this can be like the knee, and then this can be like the calf. So he's going to have, let's do radius, and let's make this nice and big. So he can have nice big feet. Okay, we'll move that down a little bit so that this is a little more straight. We'll make that small. Maybe I'll add another one here and make... Oh no, I feel like I want... I feel like I want the leg kind of skinny. I also feel like I might have made the legs a bit too long. Let's see if I can move this up into the body. I feel like that feels a bit better, right? Rotate it out a bit. Let's go back to the squiggly. How does that feel? I think that seems pretty good. We can make these a little bit bigger. Maybe make his leg a little more chubby up there. But I think the placing of it is good. I think I want to make it nice and low so that everything is touching the stool, or else it won't look like he's sitting on it. So let's mirror it. Make sure it looks all right, which I think it does. I'm going to add a little bit more resolution to it. So we'll do post subdivision like this. Maybe we'll bring this down, make it a little more round to 18, and then bring this up. So I'm going to validate that. So now we have both of those. Let's add a sphere. I should label. So this mirror is the leg, I think, right? Let's just do legs. This will be foot. Or foot, apparently. We'll go to the gizmo and shrink. Oh, we don't have to mirror it yet, because that might just be confusing trying to work with both of them at the same time. Okay, so now we're just going to make some fat feet. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so let's squash this. We'll bring it up and rotate it down. And then we have to make sure that it's rotated the right way. So let's rotate it this way. Let's take it off of a line, number one. That's easier. Okay, so something like that is what we want. I'm going to validate it. I'm going to take move. Should I take move or should I just trim the bottom? I think I'll just take trim with line and just trim a line underneath like that. Oh no, what happened? Oh, I don't have auto validate. I get it. I think. Is that what it was? Oh. Okay, so we'll just do something like this. All right. Looks like we need to rotate it a little bit more. Actually, you know what? I don't even know if I want this foot. I honestly don't know. I might just use move and just do some inflates. Might be actually better. Yeah, we can just do 3 toes. Let's try that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And maybe 1, 2, 3. I think that's way better. It just feels more simple and more cute, and I like it. All right, let's go back to the body. Let's inflate, and we're going to do some inflations around the top of this. Like so. And around the arms too. I think this arm needs to go in a little bit more. And that actually looked good, so maybe I should do that with this side as well. Okay, oops. So now let's just do some inflate. Oh no, did I have symmetry on? Will that work on the other side? Oh, it did. Yeah, it worked well enough. That's good. Does he have a tail? Does he have a tail? Does he have a tail? I feel like he could have a tail. Or no, maybe just 2 little... Yeah, I know what we're going to do. You know what I'm going to do. Let's add a sphere. Actually, it's usually... sometimes it looks better to do a little tush with like a square. Actually. Sometimes. It's mirror. Okay, the cakes can't be too... They can't be too much, you know? If they're too much, then they can look a little weird. I'm just going to validate, and maybe I'll try to use... Let's turn symmetry off, since they're still mirrored. We don't need symmetry as well. think that's pretty good. Take move, and maybe I'll just add a little bit more of a push here. If you want to be a little creative, you can add inflate and maybe add a little bit of inflate over the butt area. And this, I think I just want to stretch this here. Okay. So now for these fingers, I think we just want, let's bring back the tabletop. All right, so I'm just going to move, kind of shape the hand a little bit so that the top part is like pointed forward a bit. And then we'll take inflate and we'll do the 3 little fingers, but maybe pointing down. 1. Okay. 2. Oop. Gotta be careful. And then 3. Oh, let's get rid of this floor. Okay, that looks all right. Let me smooth it and see what happens. Yeah, that's still doable. And now we can add a thumb. Oops. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's have some fun. Let's add some little, let's use clay. Maybe we'll add some little elbows. Oops. Maybe we want to add a little bit of a thing above them. Does that make sense? So we'll add a little bit of the elbow coming off. And then we'll take inflate and add a little bit of the skin fold over the elbow. Just for funsies. Should probably give him some fins too, huh? Now I'm really losing it. Let me just do save. We can do some really quick ones. We'll just add a sphere. Back fins. Maybe some small ones. Maybe like a small one here. Let's just validate and then use move to kind of shape it. So we'll pull it out. Beautiful. Well, maybe we'll use flatten and just kind of flatten it a little bit. Perfect. Let's move it. Let's just use a line. I don't need to move it in a little bit. Maybe a little smaller. And then we can clone, and maybe we have one down here that's a little bigger. And then we'll make another one down here, maybe a little smaller. Okay, I think I like them. The only difference, the only thing we could do is add a mirror. And then move all these and have double the fins. Something nice. There's something always nice about double the fins. Let's take these. Let's do a line and just move them out. Maybe let's move these in and move these in and maybe up a little bit. I'll buy that. Okay. And now for the details, we can do inflate. And we can just add some little details to these. If you want. I should get closer and make this a little bit smaller. Okay, good. Let's save. All right, so I love the body. I may not have to make the arms and legs the same. I may not have to do that. But the body and the head, I think I want to come back and do the head and Vox remesh the head, the ears, and the jaw, and do the little teeth. I think that'll be good. So we'll save. I'm just going to take a quick break so my back doesn't break. I just accidentally ate 2 Jolly Ranchers, so I apologize in advance. So we're going to voxel remesh the body and the head and the ears. Let's just go for it. So the body, the ears, let's validate. These are the eyes. So the ears, the body. Let's bring this up. Hat brim. Let's bring this up. I'm going to do a quick save before I voxel remesh. And then voxel remesh at like 250. I'm going to smooth and then work on these Jolly Ranchers away from the mic. So now I want to use mask, and I want to try to bring the bottom jaw up to the top. Okay, so now everything is selected on top. So then I can take move, in theory. I know maybe I should save all this stuff too. And I'll save the body as well. So now I'm going to take move quite big and then just move this up. Okay. It's pretty good. I want to move the body up now. So I'm going to take select mask again and just protect all of this. And then move. Let's protect. Now we can just hopefully move this up. Okay. Now we'll clear it and then we can smooth it. I want to try to keep this detail though. Right back. I don't remember what I was doing. Oh, I think I was smoothing the body. So let's smooth this. Symmetry can be on, that's fine. So I'm just going to smooth this so that we have a nice, clean transition to the body. That looks good. I can smooth this. Smooth this. This is going to be like the smile crease. So that's all right to smooth that out. Wait, let me make sure the other side is good. It's not completely symmetrical, so I just want to be careful of that. Okay. Can turn symmetry off. Smooth that out a bit so that it looks nice and natural. Oh, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. People are going to be like, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? I can see it now. You're like, how'd you get the crease so deep? It's a lot of work, but it works. Pull this out a little bit. Pull this out a little bit. Yeah, this is the only thing that bugs me. It's just like it doesn't look round enough. It's the only thing that sort of bugs me. Try to think of how I can remedy that. I can probably just push this down some until we get that roundness. Yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good. And maybe over here, maybe we bring this part up a bit. I'm going to take inflate, and I'm going to try to inflate this a little more here. and smooth. I'm going to be careful. I want to maintain a lot of that detail, but take drag. Drag's a little more specific in where it goes. I think that looks okay. Looks real good. Oh no, I forgot the butt. Oh no. Oh well, we'll just have to do it manually. Dang it. Let's use inflate, I guess. Symmetry. That's not bad. I'll take it. And for the belly button, I like those like stylistic X's for belly buttons. I don't know where that started. I kind of like those, but because belly buttons usually look weird. Like it's usually like a crease and then maybe clay above it. Something like that. Maybe I can use drag and make it a little deeper. Or a layer with sub. Drag. I don't know why I'm doing this since I know I'm not going to use it. Drag the top part down and then clear the mask and smooth it. We'll see what it looks like. Yeah, it's not bad actually. We'll keep it. All right, so next, let's see how, if we clone this, this is eyes P1. Let's see how difficult the eyes are going to be. So I just made a secondary pair of eyes, and we'll just pull them closer. Really want them. Let me do X-ray. Oh, I see. So we're really just getting a small bit of these eyes. I think we want something like that, maybe a little smaller. Maybe we'll do this. Okay, that's feeling much, much better. So what I need to do now, I think do I want to use symmetry? I think I want to use symmetry. And they need to be more square. And by the way, I love these like stylistic eyes. I think they look really cool. We want to try to get it balanced. And you know what, rather than working really hard to get it balanced, I might just smooth out the actual eyeball. Sometimes that's a little easier than trying to get this to look flat on top. Actually, that's not bad. That's actually not terrible. Maybe I'll stretch it a little bit more. Let's take a look at the front. I need to rotate it a small bit. It's a little thinner. I think I like that. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, I think I like that. Now for the eyes, they don't feel quite as square enough for me. So I might have to square up all of this. I'm going to drag, turn symmetry on, and on the head, drag this up a little bit, which will give me some room to drag this up a little bit. I don't want symmetry because I only want the left side, the inside part of the eyes right now. And maybe even the bottom. Maybe I'll even pull the bottom out a little bit. And then with this, I can do the same thing. Let's see if I can just tilt it. It's not bad. I'm going to go back to the eye and maybe just push it down. Make it a little flatter. I like the shape, but I don't want it to come out too much. And again, I really want this to be, maybe I use drag. I really want the eyes to be straight and round. So I just had to do it manually, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay. So now I just want to make sure that these are nice and flush on the eye. And I don't want them to kind of bow in a little bit. So I'm going to try to move this out. Let me turn symmetry off. And just try to bring that out and maybe flatten this part a little bit. That looks pretty good. Pretty happy with it. I don't think I need to move it over anymore. I think they're close enough. Okay. All right, so the only other thing, where's inflate? Let me take symmetry off. I just want to see if I want to blow this up a little bit. That looks a little wild, huh? A little too wild. I do feel like I need to move out, spread out the face though. Maybe here. Oh yeah, I love that. That's better. That feels a lot better. It was a little too thin, I think, before. Now, since I did that, I want to make sure that the head looks fine. Head looks fine. Okay. All right, so hat brim. Oh, we got to do this hat, huh? I guess we do, don't we? So let's do a tube. Yeah, let's just do a tube. Something like that. I wish I would have left the brim straight. That would have been a little easier. But that's okay. All right, it looks like it's fairly in the middle. Yeah, it's good enough. So let's go to our tube options and use all the radii. We can make this one nice and wide. This one wide. We'll add some Okay, I think that looks pretty good. If I do say so myself. The hat we might need to make a little bigger. Because we really need to get these shapes. So I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger because I'm worried that it might need to be. Okay, so you know what? Let's just go ahead and validate this puppy. And now we can use move to make these curves. So there's one that's going to be over his head. So I'm guessing that's going to be about right here. We don't want symmetry. I mean, we could use symmetry, but I don't think we want symmetry. Okay, so it's actually, it might be easier to push this down and then push this up. And push that down. Okay, that looks pretty good. I think I need to make it wider. Pull this down, but maybe up a little bit here. Okay, maybe I'll make this a little bit wider, like so. This can come down, pull it up. Trying to make sure that the middle kind of stays in contact with the middle part of the hat. This can go up, and this would be down. Okay, so let's take the tube and nestle it. That way we can sort of position. Whoops. Let's take pivot. Wait a minute. I want to be on the hat brim. So that way we can position it. So it's towards the back of the head. It's tilted. It's low. It looks a little big right now. Maybe this part, just this part is. It looks cute, but it has to look right. So I think I'm just gonna take big move and just kind of make sure that it's on over his head. I feel like it's only moving the middle part. That looks cute. That looks pretty cute. Bring this down a little bit. Bring this down as well. Extend this. Okay, I like where it's sitting, so now the only thing I need to do is pull the middle up. Oh. Okay, I'm just using the hat as a point to like bring it up to there. I think that looks good. Beautiful. So now let's see, the tube looks okay. What is that, 1290? Let's do post subdivision to 2 and then bring the division X down. Maybe we'll get the top a little bit more round. That looks good. I'm going to make it bigger. And I'm going to bring the post subdivision up twice for the details. I'm just going to validate it. I like it. And then I'm going to add a cylinder. Okay, let's see if it's here. I'm just thinking about the cone of the hat and where it actually should be. If he's going to be sitting kind of like here, cone's in a decent spot. I feel like it might need to be a little bit longer. I'm going to solo it and take it off of a line, and I'm going to move the pivot to where it's going to be easier for me to maneuver it. So I want to stick straight up and down, maybe like right here. Okay, I think I want to move it. Let's turn pivot off. I think I want to move it over and a little more slanted. So if he's looking here, it's pretty good. Let me tilt it back some. I think that's maybe what I need. Sometimes something just doesn't sit right. Okay, and I did validate it, so I'll just use move to kind of make it a little bit bigger around the edges. Doesn't need to be perfect. Love that. I feel like I still want to rotate it a little bit. Okay, I think I like that. I think I'm good with that. So now it's a matter of just taking this, post sub 2, division X down. Maybe I'll add another one. Maybe I'll add another. Yeah, I think that works. So actually, I'm not going to validate it till I check the size. Actually, the size won't really matter that much. I think there's another way I could have done this. Might have even been an easier way. I could have cloned the cone and done it that way. Let's try it. Hat, cone. Let me do a save. Clone it. Make it a little bigger. Trim. And we'll just use a line. Voxel remesh this at like 175, 170-ish. Oh, that's heavy. I made it real heavy. That's so strange. I don't know why. So now we have this, which fits perfectly where I wanted it to. And that's probably better, even though it's really big. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of the other one. I'll get rid of the cylinder. Okay. And the only thing I wanted to do for this is more of a detail thing, but something like this, just add clay around the edges. Add clay around the edges. And then maybe like crease or something too. I would normally do these details later, but you can't help it. Sometimes you just gotta do some details just to have a little fun, you know? Smooth everything. Just so everything looks nice and subtle. Okay, let's do a quick save. All right. Bring back everything. Looking good. Oh, does he have little? No, he doesn't have little nails. I was thinking I might give him like some little nails. That'd be cute. Kind of like the fins. All right, so let's do the pumpkin. The pumpkin. Okay. Do a quick save. And then let's add a sphere. I'm going to put it to the top and call it pumpkin. And hit solo. I'm going to move it up. We'll go ahead and validate it. And then let's add a radial. So we'll have to go to the pumpkin. We'll move one out. I didn't see anything. Oh, wait, there we go. I had hid the radial, so it wasn't showing all of them. So I'm gonna squeeze this a little bit, and then I'm gonna go back to the radial settings and increase this. I think that's fine. I don't think I want to do too much more. Okay, so I'm going to validate. Join children. I'm going to voxel remesh it at like 150. Okay, you can smooth it a little bit. Then I'm going to turn on X and Z. Use move. And this way we can kind of get a little bit more of this pumpkin shape. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, nice and simple. You can smooth the top, you can smooth the bottom. We still have our little definition. Okay, now I might just I could do booleans for this. Booleans might be the easier way to go. Oh, you know what? It's not. I don't think it is. I have a better idea. So let's use mask. We can turn Z off. And we can turn symmetry off. So now just think about the cutout in the top. Let's bring this down. Okay, something like this. All right, let's take a look. I think that's pretty good. If you want to sharpen it up, maybe we can do unmask and go really close. Okay, I think that's pretty good. one thing I want to do before I do that, clone this. Hide it. Very important. Actually, let's go back to this one and turn the mask off for that one. Now we can hide that one and go back to the original one. The mask should still be there. Perfect. So now we need to invert the mask, take the gizmo, and then move this down. Oh, but I want that piece though, don't I? If I move it up, if I move it up, so what I was going to do was push it down, so then I would have the cutout. Okay, I have a better idea. I'm going to undo. I'm going to go to the little thingy here, the beaker. Is it not the beaker? I thought it was the beaker. Let me make sure I'm in the select the mask settings. Oh, am I on a radio? No, I'm on the thing. I'm where I should be. Smooth, relax. Why don't I see? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what to do. I could have sworn. Oh, there it is. I thought it was here, but it was here. Gosh. So I wanted to do this. Okay, and then just extract. So now I can go back here. I'm going to hide the extraction. Now I can go back to the gizmo, or go back to the mask and then, no, not clear it, invert it, gizmo, and move it down. Perfect. Mask, invert, or it doesn't matter, you can clear it. And then go to select mask, and now we can make the other parts of the pumpkin. So these look like they're just round. So maybe we'll turn symmetry back on. And make the round parts. Of course, there's no symmetry. What happened to the symmetry, bro? Show line. Local. It just says show line. There's still no show line. Oh, did I oh, I must have flipped it somehow. I must have flipped it. That's okay. So I'll just undo that. That's easy. And then I'll just go here. And now it should be on both sides. Oh, am I looking at the right side? No wonder. So silly. I should be looking at the front. Okay. So now we'll make the eye here. Oh, too far away. Too far away. Is that good? Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, that's good. We'll make this a little bit smaller and we can do the nose. The nose is a little bit higher. Okay, that looks good. And then we can do the mouth. Looks good. And then we just do unmask. And we do this. Oh, symmetry got me again. Let me do that. Make this one a little smaller. Okay, and then we'll invert. Take the gizmo, move these back. Maybe make them a little, I guess it doesn't matter if I make them bigger or not. Move them back a little bit more. Perfect, so we'll go to the mask and we'll clear it. Nice, so now we can go to, we can unhide the other radial. Make it smaller. Oh, I was making them both smaller. You butt monkey. Good, radial 1. Pivot, auto, pivot. Make this smaller. I think that's a good size and depth right there. So all I want to do now is make sure that, actually it looks all right. I can take move and just kind of make sure that it's a bit even. The depth of everything, I think it looks pretty good. Okay, we'll do a quick save, and then we'll highlight both of these, we'll hide this. Is that the right one? Yeah, we'll hide that. Now, if that doesn't work, go to advanced to make sure it looks like this. You might have to unsync. Visibility, uncheck. So now just do Boolean, and then it should be cut, it should be nice. Perfect. And now let's bring this back. Let's tap this. Okay, that should fit right in there. Ooh. Ooh. Not good. So let's smooth this out. I might have to go back and make the holes smaller, because I'm noticing that this thing is very, it looks okay. All right, I'm going to voxel remesh this higher. I'm going to do around 300. See if I can keep some more of these details. That's much better, I think. I can always remesh it back down if I need, but that's fine. That looks good. The nose is kind of big. Let me see if I can use drag to make the nose smaller. Okay, that looks good. Let me try to get the shape of the teeth to be like perfect, perfecter. That one looks good. That looks great. Got some thickness there. It's exactly what I wanted. Oh, the top, let's smooth the top. And then, you know what? Maybe we'll just take this thing, and just... Do I even have to do that, though? Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I guess that's all I do is think out loud, huh? Here, let's just smush it in there. Make this a little wider. Probably an easier way to do this, but you know what, I got time for that. Okay, I'll just smooth this, make it look a little cleaner. Can voxel remesh it. Okay, and it definitely doesn't need to be up so high. Let me push this down. And if you really want to get crazy, you can take crease, where's crease? And you can sort of follow through with where these creases would be. Let's try smoothing this again. See if that was worth it, or no, that definitely wasn't worth it. That's okay, let's undo. The only other thing that I was thinking, a way that I might be able to do it, is just do this. You know, but I don't know. The other one's probably better, right? I think the other one's... Oh no. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, I'm like sweating. Why is it so hot? What temperature is it? 66. I'm like dying of sweat right now. All right. Okay, let's just do a quick tube. God, there's probably so much of a better way that I could have done that. The problem is I feel like with trim it like goes through too much. I probably could have went like this and then made something like that, but that's a little tricky too. So let's use path. We'll use our radii. Okay, that's good. If you want to put a little something on it, you can do that. Let's go ahead and do post sub 2, and we'll bring this down, make it a little rounder. We'll use the profile, and maybe we'll do it like this. Oops. Focus. And I want to add some insides like that. I don't know if I need these extra ones or not, to be honest. But that's not bad. Right? I don't think that's too bad. It does look a little too round now though, right? There we go. Linear subdivision 1. I feel like that looks a lot better. Let's use twist. And we'll do it on 2 of them. So now we can twist this one. And it should twist. Yeah. That looks good. It's just a little too large. Let's move the pivot to the bottom. Let's do a line. And now we can make it smaller and it stays in place. And it looks like the bottom I'm going to make a little smaller too. But I think that looks wonderful. I remember doing a pumpkin so long ago, and I feel like it was so much harder than that. Sorry, I just got like a random. Why not? Let's take trim. I wonder if it'll go all the way through. Let's see. Yes, it did go all the way through. And I don't even think you can, I don't think you can mask. I don't think you can mask that. So if I mask it and trim, I think it still goes all the way through. Yeah, it does. Oh, that's so annoying. I'll have to use... There's gotta be a way, there's gotta be a way. Maybe we can use mask somehow? Everyone's like, well, what are you doing? First off, we'll invert, and then we'll take this. Let's make it smaller. Probably makes more sense now, right? I just want to make like a... Oh, you know what? This might work. Let's stick with it for now. But I was thinking that I can probably just use drag. I like it. Okay, that's done. So now let's bring back the floor. And let me delete this. So this is the pumpkin. This is the pumpkin core, I guess. Stalk. Pumpkin plug. I'm gonna go ahead and validate that and just nestle these. The sphere was unneeded. And now let's go to the floor. And we need to do this shape. So this looks like I could use cylinders. That would be very pretty. Where's the cup? Do I want to use cylinders or spheres? I guess cylinders. First, let's just do sub 2 and then bring this down to about there. Shrinky dink. Okay. I guess I'll bring it near the cup. Let's move the pivot down. Shrink. Okay, let's clone this. Now we need to make a bigger one. I'm not actually sure the easiest way. Does this make it wider? Oh, it does. But it keeps the same. Oh, it does. Perfect. Keeps the same height and everything. Okay, so this looks like it's just something like that. We can clone it. Actually, not that one. Let's clone this one. This will be the little baby one. Looks like this one I need to change to make it a little more round, right? One, two, three, four. Not that it really makes a difference, but that looks good. Clone it again. Actually, we can push these into each other. We'll do that. We'll clone it again. We'll do one on this side. We'll do something like that, and then we'll clone it again, and we'll do one kind of like this. We'll validate it, and this will be the one that's coming out of the cup. You know what? I'm just going to unsolo it. It'll be easier. Okay, let's use... I might use select mask actually. Rectangle. Invert. That might actually work. Let's do X-ray. Alright, let's use select mask and lasso, and let's just lasso this. And then maybe we can just rotate it. Now let's see. We'll clear it. We'll voxel remesh it. We'll smooth it and see what it looks like. We'll voxel remesh it a little bit lower so we can smooth it better. And you know what else we can do? We can just use move. We can drag this a little bit deeper if we need. Although I probably don't need to even do that. Let's take X-ray off, and then let's use drag and just make this, maybe move is better, smaller. I really want this parts to be flush. So all that looks good, but we do need to add, I think, clay, maybe right here. Maybe even right here too. Maybe that'll make it look like, give it a little character, right? So I think all those cylinders look legit. Okay, I like it. I'm taking all of these. I'm doing a quick save. And then I'm going to voxel remesh them together at like 200. And then smooth. And we have ourselves a cute little puddle. Quick save because it worked. Okay, and I'm going to take, so here's the puddle, cup, B, spill. I should nestle that with cup B, and then take cup B, and I think I want to, I'm just going to leave it for now. I can do the details later. So let's take pumpkin, shrink it. Let's add that here. Let's take the pivot and move that down right about there. Since we're going to put it a little bit into the floor so that it looks like it's actually sitting. And we'll just move it into place. So we'll make it smaller. Looks like the stalk is right under the top of the table. And it's right against the table. And we'll turn it slightly. Ever so slightly. Okay, and then we can save. Looks good. So now, and we can actually move him over too. We'll slide him over a little bit, and then we'll put this thing there. But I don't want to do it now because it might be easier to color him if he's in the center. Even though I can just put symmetry to local and it should follow him, but that's all right. So this, 2 cylinders, Taurus, and a lathe. So we'll add a cylinder. Maybe I should, maybe I should solo it. Okay, so we'll do post sub 2, bring this down. And maybe we'll do 1 linear. No, that makes it like all weird looking. I think that's fine. Cap. Let's clone it. This will be the jar. This will be jar liquid. Okay, so now jar liquid, jar. Let's make the jar a little bit bigger. Pivot. We'll move the pivot down to the bottom. We'll do cap. I think that's what we want. Whoa, what is that? Why does it look like that? Okay, it's not a... That's so strange. That's what I want, but I don't want it to be hollow inside. We validated. Does it stay like that? Can I voxel remish it? That's so odd. It's most likely one of my settings. Constant density. I don't think this makes any difference. That doesn't make any difference. Max facies, division X. Cylinder radius, nope. Cylinder hole. Group. Okay, I know there's something else that I can... There's probably some setting, but I don't really know, to be honest with you. It's annoying. Can I adjust any of these? That would be so useful. That's pretty much what I want, but I don't want... I want one side to be flat. Okay, okay, so the cap is... So I want the cap on both sides, but a hole just on the top? And I can't close it. Oh, that's so annoying. So annoying. I don't feel like using the, radius. Okay, so it's either the hole, so there's, okay, so you can't do a hole on one side. I get it. I guess I get it. It's annoying, but that's fine. So I'm gonna go back to just my regular cylinder. And I'm gonna clone it. Make it smaller. Okay, I'm gonna undo. I don't know why I'm making this so difficult. I'm just gonna delete this. I'm gonna clone this one. So now we have two. So I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger, a little bit taller. This will just be jar. I'm gonna clone it, validate it, make it smaller, use X-ray. So we'll make it like that, stretch it out. Oh, actually, we don't need the bottom. We can keep the bottom. Jar, we'll hide that one. Boolean. Not the way I wanted to do it, but have no choice. Trim, rectangle. I probably could figure out something else out, but oh, that looks so bad. It looks so bad. Okay, let's jar. All right, let's get jar liquid. Jar liquid is kind of lower. Let's make this taller. I'm going to move the pivot of the liquid down. Okay, so something like that. I'm super annoyed at this thing. I'll add a torus. Make it thinner, maybe around there. A little bit bigger. Looks about right. We'll add a sphere. Flatten it. And I guess we could just do a cone. Like so. Yeah, I think that would work. Validate. And if we really want to, we can clone it, move one down. And then we can just hide one and do a Boolean. Let me unsolo and just grab these. And let's just move them up. Okay. So the jar, let's just change that to refraction. Turn off X-ray. Didn't I just change you to refraction? Oh, I'm using a, that's right, I'm using a matte cap, so that's probably why you can't see it. So we'll just use X-ray. So now let's just let's take a look at this. Oh, this is actually rounder. I should have used a, what is it called? Lathe. Let's try to line this up. Oh, it lined up nicely, perfectly. So it'd be nice if I could do, oh, let's do curve. Okay, so this is actually better. Only the middle part looks silly, so I'm just going to do that and validate it. Okay, so we'll line it up to the best of our ability. Or I could probably go here and then just do move origin. That'd probably put it right directly in the middle. We'll delete the cone. Yeah, that does look better. Although I need to adjust this though. Make it a little smaller. Oh, it didn't adjust right. You butt monkey. This might be a little too much, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. Lathe, sphere, torus. We'll box remesh those together and then just smooth. And I think we're good. Jar top. Jar liquid. Okay, so now those are together. It might be a little too tall. Actually, it might be the perfect height. I think that's a good height, actually. Okay, that looks good. Let's move. I guess we can leave the pivot there for now. No, I want to move to the bottom. I think the size is good. It's right above his lip. It's right above his lip. So I think that's perfect. You still need to move him over, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, we need to make the spout. Okay, cylinder. Cylinder, 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 cylinder. Okay. So first let's make this little bit. Is that a cylinder or a torus? I don't know if you can adjust the, I don't know if you can adjust a torus the way that I need to adjust it. Hole, I don't think we need a hole. It looks like the top of I mean, this could work. This honestly could work. This is what it looks like. Trim the bottom, stretch it a bit. It's pretty much what it looks like. I'm gonna voxel remesh it. Okay, it seems fine. So now I'm going to take this cylinder and clone it and move it down. This can be bigger. The whole thing can be bigger and come down to a spout. This can be, let's do post subdivision 2 and bring this all the way down to 4. Oh, post subdivision 0. That's what I meant. The reason we're doing that is let's make it bigger. Number 1, close the bottom part. We can validate, snap, change this to 45, so we can just rotate it 45 degrees. Then we'll bake it, voxel remesh it to 115. I think that should be fine. We'll take smooth and we'll smooth it. You can voxel remesh it lower if you want, 99. Smooth it. You can even do real low. Okay, something like that. You can even do a quad remesher. I haven't done a lot with quad remesher lately. I usually do it after the fact when I want to make the models like, or the sculpts like a little more, you know. I hate when it doesn't snap. Pivot. Pivot. Can I bake the pivot? Can I bake everything? Okay, we'll make this wider. Taller, and maybe we'll rotate it back a little bit. Okay. Everything looks good except I don't like that. I don't like what's going on there, so I'm just going to use a sphere. And I'm going to take care of that. Okay, good. So next, there's probably another. Oh, firstly, this thing is bugging me. I want this to be longer. And I'm just going to smooth it so it's nice and soft. And I'm going to take this one, I'm going to clone it, and we're just going to use this snap. We're going to use that for that other little bit. Let's move it up, shrink, stretch. Let's go to our cylinder options and just make this a little less. I think that's fine. Let's actually take this and put it in the right spot. Okay, make sure it's in the middle. It's in the middle enough. Smaller towards the bottom. Smaller. That seems good. seems real good. So now let's clone this. We'll go like, oh no. Is the clone still working? It is. So we'll clone that, we'll go back here, we'll do this. Perfect. This can be way more round. Ideally, I just want to get rid of a lot of that topology that I don't need. Okay, that's good. I have to remember that we're actually going to see that pit, so. But that looks fine. That looks good. Okay, looks pretty good match to the original. This can be maybe a little bit longer. Okay, good. So let's go to let's tap on this thing. We'll validate it. Oh, do we want to validate? No, let's add a hole. Here we go with these freaking holes again. Just like that. Yeah. And let's see if we can lower this topology. Okay, that's fine. We'll validate. Validate all of these that need to be validated. And what I wanted to do was tap this, add a sphere on gizmo, add a sphere. So we'll shrink it. Clone it. So now we have our spheres. I'm going to go back here to add and uncheck that so I don't forget next time. Ooh, let's do a save. And let's take a look at our reference. Let's validate these. This one is going to be the hardest. Maybe I'll clone it, move it up, shrink it. This one needs to be shrunk a little bit too, but that's going to be pretty long. This is going to be the drip, so that can be lower and smaller. Okay, this one's very small. So we'll go to this sphere, we'll go local, X and Z, and then move. Make sure to look at all angles. And then this one, and then go to local, X and Z, and maybe I'll just do the same thing. You know? Okay, so we'll do something like that. We'll take these two, voxel remesh them together, maybe like 75, something real low like. Just give it a nice smooth. This can be jar, liquid, drip A, jar liquid, drip B. Okay, nice. Nice. I don't think I want to do the whole burning in there. I'm not sure I want to do that. I think I might just do, I don't know. Might just do another cylinder. That looks pretty cute. Post sub 2, bring this down. I don't think I did any. I don't think I did any linears for this. Clone it. Oops. We want to do this. So we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll add in a little sphere action. Something like that, maybe? I think. Box them all together. Like 100. Smooth them. Just call it what it is. I like it. Alright, what else we got? We do have the smoke. Smoke like that is a doozy. I don't know if you ever try to do it. Smoke like that is a doozy. Oh, and the eyeballs too. The eyeballs. Let's try the smoke with tube and path. It's going to be a tough one. So we got that. Then it comes up. Up and it's pretty big there. And we just want the bottom to be big. It looks pretty good, actually. Oh, looks pretty good. Maybe we can play with this. Maybe if we do like, sometimes if you just do 3, it winds up looking kind of cool. You can always twist it. I mean, it's going to be really light, though, so maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe Maybe just a little twists in certain places. And also, let's see if we actually want it's kind of cool. Let's do post sub 2. I don't know, let's see what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, we'll bring the post subdivision up. We'll validate. We'll voxel remesh it, like 200 or so, 175. Smooth out those rickety parts. Maybe even voxel remesh it again. Get that stuff nice and smooth. I know it seems strange, but that's okay. You know, it always seems strange. Let's add another one here. And maybe we can just like smooth that here. Maybe we'll rotate it a little bit. We can do profile again. Maybe we'll just add some of this. Why not? Yeah, so we'll do something weird like that. We'll adjust these thingies. Okay, we got something like that. We'll put a little more subdivisions on it. Oh, I guess we need to bring this down too, a little bit more. We'll validate. And we could do another one. Let's do one more small one. Let's do path. We'll do it like right here. Whoops. Yeah, we'll do a little opening there. Maybe for this one, we'll do, cut it in half, then we'll do like a, okay. We'll do radius. Yeah, we'll do something like that. We didn't twist the other one, did we? I guess it's fine. We'll twist this one. We'll validate, we'll remesh it. Let's do a little higher first and smooth it. Okay, looks pretty good. We'll take these, we'll do a quick save. Let's voxel remesh them together. Let's do 200 first, and then we can remesh down if we need to. Oh, did we lose some? Do I need to go higher? Okay, that's better. Smooth. I don't mind that they're close. I don't mind that at all, actually. Smooth all that. Smooth this. Okay, let's make sure the whole thing is like right over this thing. I think that's where it's supposed to be. Okay, good. Let's do a quick save. So next, pour it back. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we can come back and do the eyeballs. All right, so let's get back to it. We got to do eyeballs. I think that's it. And then I got to figure out the words. So, eyeballs. Let's just do something simple. Oops. Let's just do something simple. Let's add a sphere. Okay. And maybe, how do I want to do the sphere? It's probably better to eyeball white. It's probably better. Let me just validate it. I'm going to clone this and then make the little pupil. I think that's actually fine. I don't think I need to do... You know what? If you want to get a little fancy with it, let's take the rectangle with trim tool, actually split tool. Oops, rectangle with split tool. You can do something like this. We'll do 150. We'll smooth it, make sure symmetry's on. We'll take this, and let's actually trim. Let's do X-ray and trim this right around there. And then we can box remesh this around the same. Smooth it. Doesn't look crazy smooth, but it doesn't look too terrible. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Oh. Ooh. If I take both of these, can I make them smaller? I feel like it's such a waste. Let me just color this in black and see what it looks like. Like, I think that's fine, you know? Like, I don't really need, like, too much else. I could take this with split. I could split this to get a pupil. I'd have to do the same thing. This is one of the things where Nomad is not really the most efficient for this kind of thing. You can make it really, probably make it way more simple in like Blender, but it's okay. We'll be all right. Looks like we moved out a little bit, so let's take this. We'll just take these two and move them on the eye. Do I have to make this smaller or something? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Well, anyway, you could like make that a different color if you want. You can change the color of that. Like so. That's one way to do it. But these are all really high though. So I don't think it's necessarily worth it. I think it's way too big. Just add a sphere. Let's just keep it simple. Add a sphere, validate, clone. And we'll do something like that. local. And if you want to, you can paint some other colors on it. I think that's probably a better way to go, if I'm being honest. You could take something like select mask and ellipse. If you have centered and circle, and then you can turn on symmetry X and Z and put show line. Well, let's do local. Why can't I see Z, bro? Oh, maybe I need Y. No, do I need Y? There we go. So now we have like a center point. So I just did symmetry X and Y, and I'm using ellipse. And you probably won't be able to see the mask, but you can go like this. And then you can take paint and maybe something like that. And then you can take smooth, but you can turn the intensity all the way down. And once you do that, you can actually tap here and you can clone it and save it. And you can call it a smooth tool like I do. So then you have like something like this. You know, where you have kind of like an eye type thing. You can do that if you want to get crazy with it. Okay, so we have the eyeball. Let's do a quick save. And let's bring it. We can always clone it, but for now, come on. How would they not both? Oh, wait, what's going on? What's going on? Let me know what's going on here. Gizmo, vertex. Oh, I know what. The mask. Let me clear the mask. Should be fine now. Okay, so we'll just kind of put this in the jar. There's 3 of them in there. We'll put it in front of the jar for now. Okay. All right. Goody gumdrops. Goody gumdrops. So now I think that's all of the elements aside from the word, which I think I need to. I think I can just. I can't quite remember how to do that. Why are these over here? These are supposed to be like over here. I hate how everything just changes randomly. I feel like I had everything the way I wanted it, but it always has to be a butt monkey. Okay, so we'll go into Procreate. We'll do a new one. 1200 by 1200. And we'll do the reverse. We'll do black. And add text. Demon Nade. I think I spelled it right. But you want to check so you're not like a Dumby and then you. I haven't done text in Procreate in so long. All right, so we need a good text. Like Jack Armstrong is pretty good. Feels right. I don't have that many texts here, so. Chalk Duster. Also pretty good. Feels a little bit more playful. I'll give it that. Okay. Oh, you know what else I need? So let's do this. And I think, yeah, let's just put this in the center. Let's do our snapping. And kind of get this in the center. All right, we'll share JPEG. Oh, save image. Why don't they have that more pronounced? I hate it. So now I'm going to go change this to 5 cents. Where is cents? I have no idea. There's got to be more of these somewhere, right? Can't long press? Or where's the money sign? Maybe I need a long press. Okay. We'll just make it a little bigger, because why not? And we'll export this as well. All right, so we might be able to do that. So I think we're looking pretty good for this little rascal. So let's move him over. Yeah, let's move him over to the side of the table. Hat cone, hat brim, hat cone again. Which one is the wrap? Hat cone, wrap. Body. No, that's the wrong eyeball. Eyes. Okay, legs, arm. What is this mirror? I don't even know what this mirror is. Oh, these are the fins. Arm. All right, let's see what else we're missing. The stool. Stool seat. Stool legs. And that might be it. Let's see what we forget. Oh, we might have got everything. So now we're just going to slide him down to the end of the table. Something like that. I think it is perfect. Perfecto. We'll move it over a little bit, just so he's a little bit behind. Yeah, like that. It doesn't have to be like completely in view. He can be a little bit out of view. I like that. I'm going to save. And now I think we're ready to, oh, you know what else I wanted to do? We'll just do a little steam on this. Just a little something. I guess this stuff is supposed to be hot, right? All right, so let's do profile and let's add some. We'll add some dimension to it. Go to the squiggly, we'll add some radius. Let's add another one here. That one can be small. We'll make that small. We'll add another one and make this small. Okay, so we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll take twist. We'll do something like that. Maybe we'll clone it. I say maybe a lot. I don't know what that is, what that's from. We'll make it a little smaller. And then we want to change this around a little bit. So maybe we'll make this a little bit bigger in the middle. And just kind of change the flow a bit. Okay, maybe make it a little smaller. And then we can clone it, and if we want to just do another little one here, maybe in that third dimension, maybe this one's back, this one's a little bit more forward. Okay, we'll make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so now we have a little bit more smoke. So let's take these out. Smoke. Littles. Where's the big smoke? Smoke. Big. Okay, so where's the little smokes? Smoke big. Okay, I'm just going to nestle that. Actually, I'm not going to nestle it. I'm just going to put it right underneath. And we'll validate. Oh, I hate that this validate thing is underneath this. That really, really gets me going. It's so annoying. I could change the size of my stuff, but I don't feel like it. Right? Maybe we can smooth this a little bit. Smooth these puppies. Okay. So next, I think we're ready to switch from matte cap back to lit PBR. You can see the jar is clear. What is this? That was a different jar. I'm just going to delete it. Cylinder. Okay, so these two can go together. I hate when I don't label a lot of this stuff. Make things very difficult. Okay, I'm just going to join all of these together because these are going to be the spout. Okay, jar, spout. Do a quick save. This cylinder, what is this? Okay, this is liquid drip floor. Smoke big. Everything else looks like it's labeled correctly. Okay, so now I want to select everything and switch it to a neutral color. You can use grayish, you can use a terracotta color or a beige, something other than white. So I'm going to use this color that I always use. Oops. Paint all. How did I miss something? Butt monkey. All right, so now it's this color, which is nice. I want to take the jar and get that figured out really quick. So that's refraction, that's correct. And we want the surface to be glossy, and we want the interior to also be glossy. I don't mind a little bit cloudy, actually. Okay, so then we have the liquid inside. Might have to make that a little smaller. It's a bit difficult to deal with, like liquid inside, like that. Okay, well, it looks like it's inside. Let's take this, the eyeball, and let's put one in there. See what we see. Problem is, the liquid also has to be some sort of see-through-ish. I don't think subsurface will do it. Blending, possibly, but that looks weird. Dithering, it kind of works. Refraction might not work. I think there's a weird way you can actually use it, but let's turn the index of refraction down, and let's do it for the jar as well. Okay, so now you can see the stuff inside a bit better. The color of the jar, we colored it this color, so we might have to make it a lighter color. And glossy, I guess. And there's also, you can change, for example, for the glass, you can adjust. Let's check out absorption. Two-sided, maybe that might help us if you turn that off sometimes. I think it looks a little more interesting if it's just one-sided, because then I can take the liquid inside and I can size it a little bit better. And you can see through it, and you can see the other liquid. So that's not too bad. Did I not paint the eyeball black? Just so you can see it. Okay. It's not bad. Clone. Oops. So we'll clone the eyeball. Let's see, so there's one. So there's a big one here, looking that way. This one is kind of up here a bit, it's a little. We'll clone this and we'll do one down here that's a little bit bigger. Okay, maybe we'll spread these out a little bit. Okay, so that seems to work all right, actually. If we can go to the eyeball and clone it, what if we just do bubble? So we have these little bubbles, which I like. Oops. We'll clone and just add some of these around. Just adding these a little haphazardly. We'll add a couple more on the other side, so this side isn't left out. We'll add some up here. Okay, cool. So we got some bubbles in there. Looks so good. This, let's change to, do we want to do additive or do we want to do dithering? Dithering and just make it really low. I think that looks the best. Could do blending as well, but dithering is kind of nicer. So all of these, let's do dithering as well. Okay, cool. There is white paint, like something white on the mugs, like a stripe on the mug. So there is that. Not sure how I want to do that. The eyes, the eyes, the eyes, the eyes. I kind of usually I set the lighting, but I don't know if I want to do that for this. But I guess I'll do it. I'll turn off the environment and add one light. I'm going to turn this up to 2.5 maybe, and I'll move it over here. Okay, we'll use the gizmo and align, just so I can move it easier if I needed to. Okay, so this one is going to be the key, and I want to change this to camera. Okay, and then I want to clone it, and this is going to be edge. And we'll move it over here. Okay, and then we just want a nice edge on the character. It's nice. We can make it a little bit brighter. Oh, not that bright, jeez. Make it a little warmer. That is an issue. I can't see this yet. Let's clone this and we'll just name this R2. So this will be sort of similar, but on the other side. Sometimes I use a cooler color just so it's a little different. Okay, I think that's all right. And let's see. I think that's good for now. Let's turn the environment back on. You can always make it a little lower. Let's turn on post-process just to see how it looks. Looks great. I don't know why these are so high. Why are these so high? Okay. Looks great. Let's save it. I might have to change the liquid inside the jar. Let's take the bubbles. Okay, the bubbles we can just join together, I think. And that's way too big for bubbles. So let's just do quad remesher and just half the bubbles. I can't even see the bubbles actually. They better still be there. Why did they disappear? This is so weird. So confused. I can't see the bubbles anymore. Maybe I painted them a different color or something. There they are. They just like fade away. That's so odd. I'm so confused right now. Oh, it was quad remesher. Gotcha. Ah, that's annoying. It was quad remesher. When you do that, it makes things like white, and I guess it makes certain things disappear. Good to know. All right. Anyway, let's go back to let's do what I was doing. Bubble, quad remesher, even though I can't see them, and we'll do half. Because these bubbles don't need to be like that big. That's insane. Okay, let's take it off. Yeah, they still look fine. That was insane. I want to take the color of the liquid and make it a little bit lighter. Might be a little bit easier to see. Jar liquid. I guess it doesn't really make it too much of a difference, to be honest. So I'll just leave it for now. All right. Okay, so he's lit nicely. Now it's just adding color. Let's tackle the eyes. That's the only tricky part that I was thinking. I do have an idea. It's a little unorthodox for the eyes, but I think it'll be worth it. Okay, so here we have the eye sphere. So I'm going to take this and validate. So now we have our eyes. So this is this part. Let's let's validate and uninstance. Well, let's turn post-process off. Okay, so here are my two spheres. I want to take these. Let's just take them out. I want to take these and clone them, number one. And then I want to take these two and eyes. And I want to hide both of these. So I'm hiding. So I cloned these two little smaller pupils. I cloned them and then I hid them. So I have the eyes selected, both of these eyes, and these two little pupils. I'm hiding them so I can Boolean. Now we can't see what we did because we made a copy, but now you can kind of see what we did. So I'm going to take these two and I'm going to clone them. I hate that it like spreads them out like that. That is so annoying to me. So I'm going to hide those two. These two, let's First, let's take this eye and let's voxel remesh it at like 160. Ooh. Okay, let's voxel remesh it at 215. Ooh. That's okay. Let's smooth. Let's turn symmetry on and smooth. It's not smoothing them both. Perfect. Is it not? It should be. It's not really smoothing them too well. Maybe I'll voxel remesh them again. I'm not afraid to voxel remesh. Okay, so now we have these two spheres. I think we can make them a little bit bigger. I'm going to get rid of one of them, and I'm just going to add a mirror to this one. Oh no, it didn't work. I'm going to take it, put it back to world, and then add a mirror. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, maybe it's because of this. World, X. Let's try again. Nope, didn't work. Okay, so I'm just going to undo. So I made them a little bit bigger, and now I just need to move them back. I'm going to move them back slightly. I wonder if I can use object, and no, that doesn't work. I don't think that works either, no. That's okay. So essentially, I'm just going to move each one over a little bit and make it fit in that eye. So just move it over a tad bit just so it fits nice and perfectly in the eye. Okay, I'm good with that. So now I'm going to join these and call them eyes, iris. Now we're going to bring these two back. But first, for eyes, iris, let's change that to refraction. Okay. Now we can take these, which should be still in a mirror. Are they still in a mirror? No. Oh, they're not still in a mirror. And they're probably not going to let me, they're not going to let me do what I want to do. So annoying. That's okay. So we'll just have to move these manually, because since I moved the model, I don't think I'll be able to mirror to the other side because it's not in the center anymore, which is tray annoying. So these I'm going to paint black. Okay, we'll paint that black. We'll paint this one black. And I want to take both of them and make them a little bit smaller. And let's take the ones behind and let's adjust the color. So let's adjust it to, I don't mind the orange actually. So we'll paint it a glossy orange. And then these eyes, let's paint those white. Okay, let me go back to these. I think the reason, there we go. So we need to make this a lot smaller. I'm going to do them both at the same time so that the shapes are the same size. So we'll make these smaller. And now we'll just have to move them individually because we have to, unfortunately. So now the pupil's like inside, which is kind of cool. I'm going to go like this. And I think that's about it. Let me go to the other one. Move it over some. Squeeze it a little bit. That might be all I need to do. It's kind of cool, right? I feel like it's a cool look. I think it works. And I'm really curious about something. I'm curious if I solo these and then I go to paint and I use the eyedropper and I take the color of this and I make it darker. I wonder what happens if I paint the back. Oh, it does give me that effect that I want. See that? You could do it on the front too, I think, but it's kind of nice if it's on the back, right? So let's solo. Let's look at the back of these. Okay, so I would do it on this side and I would shade all around there. So when I flip, it's going to be on the right side. Excuse me. So I'm going to go like this, do solo. So then I think it's going to be on the right side. Let me add another layer. So let me add a layer to this. And this will be darker. Okay, so I'll add this layer here. I'll do the same thing on this one. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the color. And I think I'm going to add a brighter orange. And I'll add that down here. Why don't I? Oh, I probably don't see it because it's, for whatever reason, the refraction. Let me unsolo it. Let's see if I can add it on the front. Can't really see any difference. What if it's lighter? If it's lighter, you can see it a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do it on the back. So I want to do it on this side, so I flip it, and it's going to be on this side, I think. So we'll do a little bit there. Oh, I did it on the wrong side. I really wanted it here. Okay, so you know what? I'm just going to do it on the front to make it everything way more simple. So I'm going to use black. And I'm going to just make sure that it's black and shiny. No zero roughness. So I'm going to use black, and I'm going to do black all here. And all here. And I'm going to use smoothie, which is smooth with zero intensity. Smooth that. If it doesn't smooth well, then I'll just use smudge. Okay, that looks pretty good. I can do paint and even do black like right. Maybe just needs a little bit more here. Okay. Do I want it a little lighter? Yeah, I think I like it a little lighter. So we'll just adjust the layer so it's a little lighter. I can do another layer with a lighter orange. And hopefully get some pops of like a lighter orange right here. I don't really see any. And I don't really see, oh, I can see a little bit there. Okay, I think I like it. I think I like it. Let's save. I'm seeing a little bit of issue here. So I just think I want to take smooth and just smooth back the skin a little bit. So you can see that nice white line. That's all we need. Maybe a little bit here. I'll turn symmetry off. Maybe a little bit here too. That didn't work. So I'll use good old move. Just move it back. Save that instead. Okay, so this, what color is this guy? I don't know what color he is. I think he feels like kind of feels like something like that to me. Maybe even like a chocolate, like a chocolatey. I don't think I would mind that either. Maybe I'll use green. Someone made a comment and was like, you use too much green for your characters or something like that. So I feel like I want to make everything green now. No, that kind of works. I kind of like that. I kind of like that gremlin-y color. Ooh, I forgot his little tooth. I'm bugging. Let's do a box. Looks like it's a boxy tooth. Okay, we'll do something like that. Post sub 2. We'll bring this down and make it nice and round. Oop. Okay, we'll flatten this puppy. And we want to push it in. We want to push it real good. Can't help it. Okay, maybe a little shorter. Actually, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, maybe right there feels decent. This will be tooth. We'll go ahead and validate it. I feel like the eyes are less bright. Is that because of post-process? Is that just me, or did the eyes become less bright? Oh, I guess they were the same. Let me try and put a spotlight on it and see what happens. So we have one last light. I'm going to make it a spotlight. Whoop. And let's try to just get some nice shine on those eyes. Let me use a line. Come on. Okay, so I can't really get anything too much brighter with the eyes, which is unfortunate because they're really pretty looking. Okay, so now this I feel like is a little metalness in there. Could be white. Could be like orangey. Okay, the hat I feel like has to be brownish gray. Maybe something like that. Bring the roughness up. So we'll paint that. And this in the cone, hat brim, hat cone. Let's just join them and paint them the same color. The wrap, oh, the wrap is like, it's quad remesh, that thing. That's insane. 100 and something resolution. It's a doozy. I'm all for wraps, but it doesn't need to be that crazy. Okay, I'll take that. So now what color do I want it? Oh, am I still in freaking quad remesher? Maybe I want like a yellow. Instead. Okay, these are going to be browns. So we got table wood, table wood, table wood, table wood. I think something like that. Okay, the pumpkin can be orange. The spout can just be like a grayish. Make a little bit shine, we'll add a little metalness to it. Okay, the cups. Be kind of cool if the cups were like three colors, kind of like candy corn. I can't remember the colors candy corn is. I think it's, let's see. Yellow, orange, white. Plug in my phone. Okay, so let's do select mask with rectangle. Oh, first let's make it yellow. We'll paint it yellow. Should I just use both cups at the same time? Paint it yellow. Then I can take the select mask. So yellow, orange. Oh no, I guess I had the other cup selected. Are they like instanced or something? That's so strange. All I'm trying to do is color the one cup. Oh, there we go. So now I'll take select mask again and I'll go like this. And the top will be white. I'll make it like an off-white. Okay, we'll clear them. That looks cool. That's a cool looking cup. Okay, so select mask. We have yellow. We need orange. Let's just do line. Line might be easier. Okay. That made 0 sense. All right. Are you not gonna... Oh, maybe it has something to do with the symmetry. Okay, so yellow, it just needs to be the reverse of that. Okay, we'll do orange. I'm just going to use my eyedropper and get the color orange. And then go back to cell mask. Paint. Eyedropper will get this color. Paint. Okay, we'll hide the mask. Nice. So the liquid should be cup spill. What is this liquid? That's okay. I'll just use the same color. First, let's find the color. So maybe something like that. Change it to refraction. Oh, reflectance we want. I don't know why I didn't mean to be messing with that. I meant to be messing with the index of refraction. Make it nice and glossy. And for this, I'm going to do the same thing. We'll paint it. Refraction. Index of refraction can go down a bit. And we'll make the surface more glossy. It looks like the same thing. Okay, so we have the drips. This is kind of silly, actually, to do them separately. But I don't know where the other ones are. Liquid drop floor. Oh, somewhere near the cup, right? Cup spill. Okay. Cup spill is massive. So it's going to be refraction. Oh, it's not going to change these. No. No. That's okay. Paint. Refraction. Index of refraction can go down. Surface. We want glossy. Oh, I don't see any like light, like gloss light on there. High reflectance. Oh, that's actually nice. Maybe I'll make the interior less. Make the interior less glossy. Okay, looks good. Let's save. Now he does have like warty skin. There's another thing I wanted to try and work out. So for that, I'd probably use like the stamp tool. Where is the stamp tool? I think the stamp tool can work. Alpha, I want it to be round, so I'm going to bring that up. Fall off, that looks fine. So I'm going to do a layer on his skin, and this can be bumps. And let's say they're like kind of orangey. I should be able to just... Oh, I need to turn on alpha stroke painting. Why can't I make like... There must be a setting. Lock radius, lock intensity. Lock radius. Go ahead. Out. Go on. Go on. Thank you. Okay, we'll do something like that. I want to make a small one. I wish I could bring them out a little bit more. Maybe I can double up. I can double up on them. Let's do solo and just do some other little ones. Okay, I think I like it. The body, we can take this color. And the arms. So we have the legs, so we're just going to validate these. Validate and join children. Arms. We can join. Legs, I probably could have taken some geometry off, but that's okay. Back fins, I'm going to validate. And I'm going to go quad remesh and just half them. Arm B, arm, we'll join them. What is this sphere? What is this sphere? What is this mirror? This is the fins. Cup, cup, cup spill. Oh my God. The last thing I need is the cat being a complete rascal. So we'll paint. Oh, let me get it off quad remesher. It's always messing me up. Did I actually color this? I feel like I need it dark. I feel like it needs to be darker. And this feels like it needs to be a little more yellow. Okay, I like it. I just want to test out if I use a different color for these eyes. No, I can't really get them any brighter, unfortunately. But that's okay. Oh, and you know what? We're getting a double reflection on the pupils. Eyes, iris. I'm going to join these, and I'm going to paint them. I don't want a double iris, so they're going to be black, but I'm going to turn the roughness up. So we're not getting that double iris. He's a little glossy, huh? Okay, so I need to have some fun with his color and with the layers. So the base is this greenish color. I guess we'll stick with that for now. I might change the color later, but for now I think I like it. So I want to make it darker and a little more rough. Oh, I feel like he looks better that color, huh? Let's add a layer and let's call this darker. I think I like him this color. It's fine. So now, if I can bring this below bumps, then it shouldn't interfere with the bumps. I'm going to use symmetry. I think I can use local with X, and I should be able to cover most of him, even though it's not symmetrical. So I'm going to turn it off. Okay, we'll color that. We need to color in here for sure. All these parts of the mouth, we want to paint them darker. In solo. And actually we can connect the body. So the arms. Oh, I think the arms and the legs might be together already. Okay, we're still on darker. Good. I want to do even darker than that. Now the only problem is these might actually not blend that well because this is a very high resolution. His face is very high resolution, but let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. I did a lot of manipulating, so sometimes if you manipulate the clay a lot, then it'll be easy to to smooth. And it looks like it's pretty easy. And again, smoothie is just the smooth tool with zero intensity. So see, I'm just making all the shadows, kind of like ambient occlusion. I'm kind of coloring all those shadows, so it just gives it a little bit more depth. See if I turn post-process on, you can see it's like way more darker underneath there. It doesn't look too like crazy now, but it's definitely worth it. Let's turn symmetry back on. Excuse me. Maybe all these little spots, probably around the bottom of the butt where he's sitting would be darker. Okay, around his little skin folds, his little belly button, maybe like here and here, and then again around the folds. And this arm is down, so we're just going to put a little shadow along the body. Maybe on the bottom of the feet. And I better smooth there so I don't forget. Beautiful, nice little shadows that are going to make these details make all the difference. Oh, let's turn symmetry back on. Oh, and back off. I guess I can just leave it off. Do a little bit under here. didn't do any on this side. A little bit on the neck. Maybe we can do, you can also do crease. And if you go to the here and do stroke painting, then you can do crease. And you can do it with the crease. Let's do symmetry. We'll do this. So then what you can do is you can smooth the color, or you can just go and just smooth the painting as well. Let's do his little belly. Okay. All right, let's do solo. So there's some other spots we have to get. So we want to do around the eyes. Even though I was thinking we might want to do like the face like a different color. You know? So we'll make this nice and dark around the eyes. Did I smooth around the head yet? I must have. Let's do a lighter color, like maybe around here. Let's do that. Let's do belly. Or this is actually lower jaw. I'm going to put it under bumps. Paint. And maybe this is like... one of these type deals. Might have to do the... I think I'm going to bring darker up. Let's do solo. Paint this and maybe even paint the belly. I don't want it on the finger. It would have been useful to not... I can probably separate them. Separate. So I can make the belly a little bit wider. And I can erase up here a little bit. And let's try and make this go a little bit higher up. Okay. Okay, I think that looks great. Do erase and just erase this little bit there. I love that. I think it looks good. So I might actually just go a little bit darker here. And you know what? Maybe I'll just leave that. I'll take darker. And let's see if I can just smooth this a little bit more here. Yeah, I'll just smooth it a little bit more. You know, I kind of wish that the skin, if I go base, let me see what it looks like with post-process first off. I feel like this might not be light enough. I feel like the base may need to be a little bit darker. Is he too dark? Okay, I think that looks pretty good. He might be too dark though. I think I like him light. I think I might have to make the bottom part belly. I think I might have to make that lighter. Turn post-process off. I wish there was a way to do that. There's like all these options, but I don't really know how to use them, if I'm being honest. Like I wish you could just change the color, like adjust the color. That'd be nice. So maybe we'll try to do it around there. There also could be a possibility that I decide I like the previous color. That would not be uncommon. Okay. Can't get that too clean. Nope. Keep accidentally getting it on the body. Okay, I think that's better. I think that's a little bit better, actually. All right, so I do think that the skin, let's see, bumps, belly. I'm gonna add one and do lighter skin. I'm gonna bring it under bumps. And I guess under darker. So I'll take this skin. I want to make it a little bit lighter in some places. So maybe like up here. Smooth it. Try smudge if it doesn't really do what I want. So I'm just adding some light pops to like different parts of his body. I'm thinking inside here, in ears, we just want like a pinkish, maybe a pinkish purplish. Let's try this. No, I hate when it does that. That's so annoying when it does that. Why all of a sudden does this thing paint all the way to the other side? Like, what are you doing, bro? And where is the frickin'... I thought it was here. So one of these settings should say front-facing vertices only, but I don't see it. Filter. Front-facing. Okay. Dumb. What do we think about that color? Is it a little too much? Maybe it should be a little pinker, maybe? Let's try to smooth this. Let's erase this little bit here. We'll erase that little bit there. Hopefully we can smooth it nicely. Okay, we'll make it real dark with rough, and we'll throw that in here. Get nice and dark in there. We can use some smudge. I don't know what is going on in there. Actually looks better like that. Okay, so I also want some I want some spots on him. I think I can use paint circle, paint frecks. So this should be a way to paint freckles. So if I go to the paint settings and go to stroke, lock radius, I think that's correct. If I go to alpha, then you can make this in Procreate. Just make like a bunch of little circles, color them white, and that's all that this is. So you can make that in Procreate really easily. So I'm just going to take the color is going to be, let's grab this color and let's make it a little lighter. And you can do something like this. I want to do it on a new layer. So let's call this Frex. Okay, good. The symmetry's on. You can do a little bit down here. A little bit there, I think I like. Maybe we'll make some lighter ones on the arm. Oh, that's right, the body. I have to select the arm, don't I? Let's add another layer and call it Frex. So this will be for the arms. Actually, is this just the one arm? Leg, leg, arm, I'm going to join those. Legs, arms. Okay, so let's put some on there. Maybe on the legs as well. Maybe I'll smooth them. Oops. Let's use smoothie. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. On the body. For the freck. So they look a little weird. Oh, they look weird like that as well. Okay, maybe I can just lower the Okay, I can kind of dig that. Yeah, I can kind of dig that. Let's take this. Let's go to belly. Let's make this a little darker. A crease. Stroke painting. Let's crease these up some. Get these details in there. Oh, I think I can erase this. Should erase this. Because that's just overflow paint. Erase that. We'll go back to crease and crease in some of these details. And I might just smooth them a little bit. The edges. Okay, we'll just smooth that, make it nice and natural looking. Okay, I guess I did them on the belly, so I guess I can't change it now that I did it. Although I'm not crazy about it. I think they looked better before, actually. Oh well. I guess the only thing is I wish I would have probably done them on a different layer. See how they look if I smooth them, that kind of helps them out a bit. Darker. I need something really dark under there. Yeah, I need something really dark to almost make it look like a lip, even. Okay, I'm going to go easy on the smooth. Okay, let me do a pause. Oh, I was playing around with the eyes. Trying to see what we could get. I'm just going to put post-process on so we could see the final. So this is the glossy part of the eyes. Right. I can make the reflectance, put the reflectance up. I can lower the index of refraction, and that will adjust the eye pupils, which is kind of cool. Absorption, excuse me, makes them brighter. I think I can change this color to hopefully make them a little bit more bright. Even so, I think that looks great. I wonder what this does. Well, anyway, that looks better. Surface glossiness, interior glossiness. Two-sided. Let's see what happens if we turn it off. Can't tell the difference. Okay, shadows. Do we want shadows from that? Maybe no. Two-sided. Okay, everything else looks good, but I think they're a little bit brighter, and I like it. I love it, actually. So I'm going to do a little bit more. Let's turn post-process off. A little bit more of this ambient occlusion. So like for the eyeballs, I'll just add a layer. And I'll go to paint. And maybe I'll just do like a darker layer, kind of like this. I'll make it rough. And I'll just paint around the edges. And then use smoothie and just kind of smooth. Smooth around the edges a little bit. And actually the color looks a little bit too close to the skin tone. We'll leave it right about there. Small detail, but I love it. And it looks like symmetry did not cross over to this eye. Did it not? So I'll just turn that off. And I guess I'll do this eye manually. Okay, I'll smooth it. I think it looks pretty good, actually. I'm not even have to do anything else with that. Okay, I can probably do a little bit with the tooth as well. Just paint a little bit on top, make it a little darker. Why not? Oh, and now these things look a little weird on the eyes. So we'll just delete that. Ooh, you know what I didn't do though? I want to make, this actually wasn't what I was just thinking of, but I just thought of it, so I'm going to do it as well. I want to add a little bit more roughness. I think I want to paint a little bit in these. I got to make sure I'm on the right layer, darker. Okay. And these little bits right here. A little bit darker and a little bit more matte. He was looking a little glossy. I didn't do, oh no, freaking symmetry. Oh no, this looks like the symmetry might still work. So if I do path, let's see what happens. Oh, I gotta make the thing first. it didn't work. Oh, you're a butt monkey. Local. You know what? I'll just flip it when I'm done, and then I'll just drag it over to the right spot. No worries. Let's make this nice and dark. And then let's play with the radius for all of them. Make sure snap is not on, or you won't be able to push this into the body. Like so. No. Oh, I should see. This is. I actually should have did snap. I don't think it'll just work. Because if I did snap, then it would snap this to the surface, but I did not. So I have to do it manually. That's okay. Oops. Okay, let's make these a bit thicker. What happened here, buddy? Okay, we'll bring that out. Looks good. I usually do the profile, and actually that usually looks fine. Might have to twist it a little bit. Twist that a little bit. Looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and do I want to do all this? Is it worth it? We'll do one linear. Nah, that looks fine. Let's just validate this thing. So now we'll take this, we'll clone, and then we'll just local, we'll just flip object. I should be able to just wait a minute. I didn't mean to flip it that way. Oh, that might be it. It is kind of annoying to have to do this. But it'll be fine. If I can get it in the right spot. Okay, I like it. Make it a little smaller. A little bit smaller. I like it. So I'm going to join these and just call these lashes. Okay, as for the hat, same thing. I think I'm just going to add a color. I'll grab this color and make it darker. Kind of like it a little leathery, honestly. Let me go to my base color. Just a little bit leathery. I don't think it ever hurt anybody. So I'll add a layer. I'll go back here, just make it darker. Paint around all these nice edges. Paint there, we'll paint some here. Paint underneath. I might even make this a little darker. Paint underneath. Especially the areas that come into contact. This floor can chill. Okay, and we'll smooth all this color. Looks like the color might have gone through again. Super annoying. So there's some nice rips in this, so let's just use trim and lasso and smooth. We'll make some nice cuts in this thing. One of my favorite things to do. And you know what? These kind of like spread out a little too far, so I'm just going to use drag. You can always do select mask and just mask a part of it, and then use drag and drag. Clear the mask, smooth. Okay, let's take crease. We have this dark color. We have stroke painting. You can always do some creases around here. Smooth that in a little bit. We'll do some creases here. You can do clay. You can add some nice volume along with the crease. I'm going to use smudge because I feel like it wasn't really doing anything. I want to take crease. Let's see. I don't know why it's making everything so extremely pixelated. Okay, that looks good. I think clay is going to look nice on some of these elements here. You can always do also, you can go, where are you? Miscellaneous? No, not miscellaneous. Yeah, dynamic topology. You can turn that on if you really want to get crazy. Then it's going to add some really nice sharp detail. But it's really going to add to your, it does add to the geometry. So just be aware of that. But, whoops. But maybe nice for some quick details. Smooth these a little bit. I want to take dynamic topology off. Otherwise I'll forget, and then I'll keep it on, and you can do some damage if you use it without realizing it. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's color this in. Same color as the pumpkin. That pumpkin is a little bit too... That's better. And let's just do a darker color. And we'll do some around here. We can do it around here. I'm gonna, this pumpkin is large and in charge. Let me do a quick save. Let me see if I can get this down some. See that wireframe? It's bananas. Let's do half. See how much we lose. Come on. Let's half it again. Okay, 110. Let's half it again. It still doesn't need to be that big. Oh, you know what? Remember I told you I was going to do the high poly to low poly thing. This would actually be a good thing to do that on, but I don't know if I quite remember how to do it, to be honest with you. But whatever, it's fine. Let's turn this off. Did I join these two? Let me join these. Turn the wireframe off. And maybe just paint some little details here. A little solo. All right, let's smooth some of this. Just to add a little bit of depth. Okay, we'll unsolo it. Got a little inside too, that's okay, I'll just smooth it around. Could have sworn that I just joined these together, but I guess not. No. Okay, so I'll separate these. Pumpkin. Pumpkin plug. Let's just join those together. That's the core. This is the pumpkin. Okay. I like to save because I'm like, some things I'm like, I don't ever want to do this again. So I will save it so I never have to. Okay, we'll go a little darker just to kind of give it a little oomph. Okay. Okay. Now the wood. I think I might save this. The wood, the wood, the wood. All right, so let's validate this, and we're probably going to use crease a lot. So we'll just grab this color, make it darker, and we can just like kind of make these dents in the wood. Oop. Oh no, symmetry. No. Turn symmetry off and redo it. Crease. Crease looks okay, actually. And again, if you really want to get crazy, you can turn on dynamic topology, but you will pay the price. You can get some nicer details. I'm going to turn it off. Okay, we'll just make some more lines here for the wood. Okay, so now we can probably do these with all these pieces of wood. I'm just going to validate these. Yeah, I'm just going to join them. I don't think I need anything like crazy with them. We'll just add some little bit of details to them. Oh, symmetry is killing me. Always. Okay, we'll do some lines here. to make the wood look woodish. But I'm not going to go too crazy on it. Just some little details. I don't know why this wood looks so terrible. Okay, this thing, let's validate it. Let's add some wood marks without symmetry. I don't know why I can't do wood on this side. It just always looks so terrible. And that's just the reality of it. Maybe because I'm just like, I've been working so hard on this. Sometimes you're just ready for it to like color it and like get to the final stages. But there's just so many like little tiny steps that it just takes forever. Oh, also the hat, I wanted to, before I forget, I wanted to make that a subsurface. We'll bring it down. And I want to change this color to something like that. Oh, this thingy. Let's do the crease. Let's change the color to a darker whatever this is. Okay, maybe we can just smooth a little bit, but honestly, I think it looks pretty good. I'll just smooth a little so it looks a little bit more natural. I don't know if I can get any clay on this. But I think it looks pretty good. We'll save. I'm going to save as. This, I think I changed my mind. I think I want it to be I think I like something like that. Don't know why, but I do. Okay, this color, why is this so... I guess it is supposed to be shiny. Let's see if I can paint some like... I keep forgetting my paint thing is over here. Some darker elements. So maybe it looks a little dirty or something. Okay, and it looks very minimal, but those little shadows, you know, when you put post process, it kind of will do those kind of shadows and things, but it just makes a big difference, I think, when you add your own. See if I can smooth this. Oh, I didn't even add a new layer, did I? God. Add a new layer. And add a new layer for this. This I can turn symmetry on. Okay. All right, so let's bring back the floor. All right, what's next? Oh, this stuff. What is that? Does that say 301K? Oh, 31K. We'll validate it even though that's huge. But I think I just want to take drag and maybe just make it like less perfect. I think that will work. And for color, I feel like it should be so this is the D only. So let me do the paint. So essentially it's paint tool, but you change the stroke. I think I want to do lock radius. I'm going to let's add a new paint tool. Let's just clone this. Paint words. It'll show up at the bottom, or no, it'll show up here. Cool. I'm just going to save this. We'll go in here. The stroke, I think I want lock radius. The alpha, I'm going to import those photos. Did it just flip? How do I make it? Oh no, I don't want to invert. Okay. Fall off. I think I want it flat. No fall off. Where do I change the color? Okay, so what I need to do is scaling, rotation. Okay, so it looks like I need to do the D separate. Which is fine, I'll just undo. save image. And I'm actually going to undo. Do this. So we'll change this to import D. Okay. Oh, this wood is actually a little bit lighter, isn't it? Should I change the color of this wood? I actually don't know. I think I want to just leave it. But let's change this to import photos Omen. Not that color. Okay, gotta do a lower, I guess. Okay, but why is the quality so bad? Is it because of this piece of wood? Let's say if I subdivide it, I think that's better. Okay. This one, let's validate. And we'll move it down, maybe over a little bit. Make it a little smaller. Rotate it slightly. Drag to give it some personality. We'll make this the same color as this. And then we'll go back to our new paint tool. I'm going to move this to the bottom. And we'll change this to 5 cents. Nothing happened. Change it to black. 5 cents. Save. All right. I don't know what else. I really don't know what else I want to do with this little rascal. I think it came out really well. I really didn't do the stool, but that's easy. This floor, I'm going to do post sub 2. I'm going to bring this down, maybe do 1 linear. We'll do 2. And I think I'll just validate and then clone it. Okay, let's just take all of these. And honestly, you can kind of move these around. Did I join them all? Move these around a bit. Same thing with drag. Just give them a little. Let's add a little of that. We'll add some creases. The creases look terrible. Could always do a quick dynamic topology. I think to add some nice creases. Not even. Never mind. We'll at least smooth the colors a bit. Real dark under here. Okay, so for this tabletop, I want to add a layer and also make this darker where there are items. Including over here where the hand is. Oops. Put post-process on. It looks great. It's a little tricky to get the glass through the glass. I will admit that. That is very tricky to do. But I'll add some more light to the scene. That should help. That's a cool shot. That is a cool shot. So we'll screenshot that. Oh, I wanted to add the little hairsies. Let's do one first. And then two. Turn post-process off. And this is going to be like a dark. And let's clone. Here, A. Move this up towards the top. Okay, I think we can validate it. Clone it. Rotate it, and then maybe just use drag to give it some different elements. Oh, it stretches it. I wonder if move does the same thing. Okay, so let's make this whole thing smaller, and then switch to 2, and we'll make this smaller. And just a little bit of thickness, just a smidge. Clone it, maybe we can shrink it, give it like a different feel. Come on, yeah. Stoopy. Some little hairsies. Perfect. Let's add another one here. I'll just use the curve. Paint this. Validate. Where is it? Where is it? I don't even know where this thing is. Okay. All right, let's save. I think it looks good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I don't know if I want to change the background to white to give it that same aesthetic. Let's bring the environment down since I brought it into this brighter background. And maybe we can change some of the lights. Like maybe this light, let's see if we change it to white. didn't even have post-process on. What about Bloom? Bloom is crazy. Okay, that's great. Let's move this right here. Oh, you know what I'm seeing though? Oh, you know what? The head is a bit truncated on mine. I need to stretch those things out. I really, really need to stretch those out. I need to stretch the jaw out. Now, how difficult will that be? So we have these two hairs. What are you doing? Oh my word. All right, I'm going to solo the hairs, and I want the other hairs too. Where are the other hairs? So there's that one. So I think these are all the hairs. I just want to know what they are. I'm going to solo this. And what I see is I might be able to use symmetry actually. That's what was bugging me. It needed to be a little bit wider. Like so. So I'll unsolo it, and then I just have to fix these hairs. Okay, we'll move those out, and we'll make sure that the hairs over here are decent as well. Oh, it's so hard to make sure that they're actually making contact. Of course, the pivot is like in the wrong spot. Go in there. Thank you. You butt monkey. Okay, that's better. I kind of want to do some curly cues coming out of the ears, but maybe perhaps another time. Also, what might look nice if I add another layer. Paint frecks, but I make them darker instead. Let's bring this a little lower. Yeah. Okay, do we have post-process on? Let's turn it on. Maybe we want to change to perspective. A lot of people like to sculpt in perspective, but I like to sculpt in orthographic and then change my perspective when I'm ready. Love it. Save this. And let's do a real save. A render save, I mean. Oh boy, that was a doozy. All right, I got 2 minutes. The baby's about to wake up, so I'm going to be heavily interrupted. This is going really slow. All I want to do is a turntable and then call it for this one. But I don't think the baby's going to allow me that. She's going to start making noises. So I will be right back. Okay, so again, shout out to Chris Ryniak. Love his artwork. Be sure to check it out. His head is still not as round as that, but that's okay. At some point in time, I might edit it a little bit more. Did I not save this? Let me save this. But let's just do a quick turntable. I'm actually not sure how the turntable will look. Let's hide the reference and do a little turntable or a little character. I want the turntable to be in the middle. That's decent. Not really. I want the turntable to be like right in the middle. You're going to allow me to not to get out of this turntable or what? If I bring on the grid, I can't even see the grid. Oh, because I'm on, let me go on orthographic. I'm going to move everything. Oh, I hate how it just randomly will skip something. Annoying. Very critical that you don't skip things, you butt monkey. So I'm going to move this up. Oh, no. It's actually in the right spot. Yeah, that's actually in the right spot. Let's move him right in the middle. Let's go back to perspective. Let's see how this works. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to go back to white. And we'll try it again. Rotation center 000. I think it's staying in the right spot. All right, let me do a screen record. All right, well, that's all I got Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Let me know in the comments. Be sure to check out my Skillshare. That's where I do all my curated, edited tutorials. So same cool stuff, but very edited and streamlined for more, classroom style learning experience. All right, keep drawing, keep sculpting. I'll see you all in the next video. Shout out again to Chris Ryniak with the amazing artwork. Check him out on Instagram. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Be sure to like and subscribe. And if you want to go more in depth, then definitely check out my Skillshare classes where I am a top teacher. I have about 50 classes, both Procreate and Nomad Sculpt. I also have a few classes on Udemy, so if you want to learn more, or you just like my style, you like the way I teach, you want to support me, those are some other places that you can do it. Thanks again, keep drawing, keep sculpting. I'll see you all in the next video.